Munch, how are you, sir? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. We Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of hearings on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm joined today so far by my colleagues, Council Members Rosendahl, Englander, and Labange, and we are ready to begin with today's continuation of the hearing. We do have a few public speaker cards. If you'd like to address the committee, please fill out one of these cards and bring it forward. We're going to be taking public comment at the beginning, and then if you have a departmental specific comment that you'd like to offer as well, we'll be offering a briefer period of time during the discussion of each department. So the first matter, members, on for consideration of the committee is the list that you have before you on proposed Budget and Finance Committee questions. This is the list of follow-up reports that we requested yesterday of staff, and as I discussed yesterday, procedure this year will be to divide that list into two sections. And as they're indicated on your list, those that are identified as budget impact reports in red will be the reports that we'll ask staff to begin work on immediately and get back to us right away. Those that are identified as special study will be prepared after the completion of the budget hearings when we have an opportunity to take a greater amount of time to consider these and have them reported back. So the list as it's divided up is our first action item for today, and I'd like to have that considered as approved on consent unless any member has an objection to the allocation of these reports as between budget impact or special study, or if there's any other changes that any member would like to propose.
Can we hold that?
Sure. Sure. And it will be the practice each day to get this list to members' offices before the hearing, and then also to have the list available at the hearing. We'll just hold that for now so that any member who hasn't had a chance to review it yet will have the time to do so, and we'll go ahead and begin taking our cards that we have so far. And our first speaker will be Scott Miller. So if I can invite Scott Miller to come forward, followed by Mark Chase.
I'd like to defer until the fire department portion's been heard, and at the end of that portion.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
That'd be fine. Mark Chase.
I would like to defer to the end of the fire department portion also.
Okay. I also have a card for Don Fraser. Would you like to wait as well until fire department? Okay. All right. All right. Then let's go ahead and hear from John Walsh. General public comment.
Are we doing general public comment now or at the end?
Yes.
Oh.
This is working.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Am I off the topic yet? There's only, I don't need 2 minutes. I'm interested in future agenda. There is 3 people up here, Garcetti, Rosendahl, and Zine, have a motion which would affect pensions. It would remove all the pension funding that we have connected to the LA Times, the Tribune Corporation, if in fact it is taken over by the Koch brothers. I would just, when the pension comes up, I'd like that discussed, and I'd also like to know when this motion will come before the City Council. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. It appears that all of the other cards that I have relate to specific departments. So do all of those who have submitted cards wish to await the discussion on those departments? If anybody wants to speak now on it, that's fine, or we can wait until the departments. Okay, I don't see any hands going up, so we will wait and call those cards when we have each departmental discussion. We're joined now also by Mr. Kretz. We have a full contingent, so members, again, if you'll refer to your list of proposed Budget and Finance Committee questions, I would like that to be, I would propose that that be approved on consent unless any member has any objection or concerns. Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. So that list is approved without change. That brings us then to our departmental reports, and the first one up is the fire department. So I'd like to ask the CAO to come forward as well as Chief Cummings. afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, Chief, we have received your letter. Thank you, but you're welcome to make some brief introductory comments if you'd like. I do note that this budget does provide, thankfully in my view, for an increase in the fire department's budget of approximately $35 million over last year's budget. It's a step in the right direction in my view. We still have a ways to go, but I would like to invite you to offer some introductory comments.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And not much in the way of introductory comments. The letter outlined some of our priorities as we move forward. And I'm absolutely ready to take questions from the committee.
Very good. Then let's start with Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief, for your leadership. There are a series of 8 questions that I really need answers to, not today, obviously, but to get them on the record. 1, I'm very concerned about the new ambulance argumentation and staffing redeployment plan scheduled to go into effect on Sunday. There is no written plan, and there are several unanswered questions that I would like an immediate report back on, which includes the following. 1, how will the current frontline and reserve ambulance fleet, already experiencing severe out-of-service rates, be able to provide 11 new and reliable full-time rescue ambulances? Will the ambulances currently slated for salvage due to age, mileage, and reliability issues now be brought back into service? That's the first question. Second is, how will the current staffing levels at the LAFD Supply and Maintenance Division be able to absorb the increased maintenance workload of 11 additional full-time ambulances in light of the significant cuts to the maintenance staff and the attrition of 2 additional individuals assigned to the light vehicle shop in recent weeks? 3, why is the 3rd ambulance not being added to a structure fire response assignment for additional people power when the 2 closest ambulances are already included on all the structure fire response under the current staffing configuration? Does this reduce the overall, we use the word manpower, but I want to say people power, because men and women, provided to the structure fire assignment? Let me repeat that sentence again. Does this reduce the overall manpower provided to a structure fire assignment? Okay, number 4. What response time improvements do you expect in Fire Station 69's district under this deployment plan? Obviously, the Palisades is asking that question. Does the plan consider geographic isolation issues with respect in how quickly additional light force and fire company support units will be able to arrive on a scene of an emergency incident if the new BLS ambulance assigned to one of the 11 stations is not available, i.e. Fire Station 69 in the Palisades? Number 6, I just have 2 more.
Okay.
The 405 construction project is projected to take another year to complete. This is also one of the driest years on record. In fact, diverting, we know the next couple of days are going to be incredibly hot again and dry. I get worried every time that happens. How does your new ambulance augmented plan enhance the fire department's response capabilities to fight a fire in the Palisades? Number 7, has consideration been given to the safe housing of the 11 new ambulances at city fire stations? Some of the stations slated to receive these additional ambulances already have to park emergency vehicles on their side yard. Will some of these ambulances have to be housed on a public street or sidewalk? And last, I'd like to request a written opinion from the city attorney on the possible requirement to meet and confer or engage in some type of impact bargaining with UFLAC, and with the Chief Officers Association prior to the implementation of this plan? Those are my 8 questions. And what are the implications of turning the fire code plan check process over to non-sworn inspectors in the new Planning and Development Department? Now, that's a confusing one, but let me repeat that. What are the implications of turning the fire code plan check process over to non-sworn inspectors in the new Planning and Development Department? What level of expertise do the 7 fire inspectors who are slated to be removed the fire plan check process provide? Okay, and does the current state fire code require that the Los Angeles Fire Department perform plan check and expressions? Well, I'm not going to go through the rest of this too much. Okay, I've listed all my questions. There's some backup stuff that I could save for later, but they're my questions for the record, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And if we could, for the benefit of the committee and the chief as well, if you have those questions in writing,
Yes,
I think it would be helpful for the staff to be able to follow up. And I would just add on the plan check issue. You mentioned state law. I know there's been some discussion about whether there's a charter mandate, a mandate under other provisions of law. I'd like to know specifically what those mandates are, if any, and in the report back, if we could include the actual language that's relied upon for that argument, I would certainly like to see that as well. So, Chief, that was a long list, and we are getting reports back on those things that don't have immediate implication on this budget. So, if you'd like to offer a few comments, you may, but those sounded like issues that were appropriate for reports back when we come back. But
I can address
want to give
a few of them right now.
Brief moment,
Just briefly, for the ambulance fleet, any addition of resources to the fire department is going to have an impact on our fleet. As you know, our fleet has been impacted by mechanic shortages and lack of MICLA funding. However, as we do need to expand the resources that the fire department has, there's no way around that. So yes, there will be an impact. We do have ready reserve ambulances that we can use, and we are taking delivery of new ambulances as well. So we're going to make sure that every vehicle that we put on the street is safe to operate within the city of Los Angeles. The S&M impact, absolutely. We're adding 11 more light vehicles to the number of vehicles in the fleet that have to be maintained. However, there should be a corresponding decrease in the wear and tear on our aerial ladder trucks, our most expensive apparatus that we have out there, and some of our pumpers, as these ambulances take some of that call load off of them. So there'll be some savings, but whether it offsets totally the amount that it costs for the additional light vehicle maintenance, I can't say right now. We'll report back on that. Structure fire response numbers. We have an effective response force number that we want to send to different categories of fires. We're currently exceeding that by 4 members on every fire call as we dispatch an extra fire company as command post support because of the loss of the emergency incident technicians that are our battalion chief staff assistants. So with a reduction of potentially two firefighters from the light forces, we'll still be 2 people over that effective fire response force to those structure fires. What improvements in 69's district specifically? Light Force 69 will be available more often to respond to a brush call or a structure fire call because that BLS ambulance 869 will take the emergency medical service call, which is 80% of what Light Force 69 responds to. So it'll be available more often, so when we get that fire call or a physical rescue or a brush call, that fire company will be in service. The impact on the 405 construction and augmentation, we always augment resources when there is predicted brush weather, which we'll be doing this Friday, potentially as early as Thursday. That is not budgeted, and that's when we originally reduced the number of fire resources back in 08-09, we requested $3.1 million to be put in the UB to use for that augmentation, and the Budget and Finance Committee and the City Council decided no, we'd come back to them at each FSR. And we've had numerous deployments so far this year, and I anticipate between now and the end of this fiscal year, we're going to have numerous more as the fire season is upon us 24/7, 12 months out of the year now. So
let me just ask you this, Chief, because people are calling me today because today we're hearing on the radio and we're hearing on the television about the winds picking up and the hotness picking up and all of that. My folks are geared for it in the Palisades. What comfort level can you give them right now that today, May 1st and May 2nd and 3rd, how we could deal with what could become an issue that they're asking me to get an answer for? That's all.
Your fire department will be leaning very far forward on this. We're going to augment with all of our engine companies. We'll have our full deployment out based on the weather conditions. We're going to be ready for this. Again, a Santa Ana wind condition here in Los Angeles with our wildland, 169 square miles of wildland urban interface can be devastating. But we're going to be as prepared as any department could possibly be.
Thank you.
And the last one was safe housing. The 11 ambulances, the stations that they're going into, previously housed a task force station, which is an aerial ladder truck and 2 pumpers. The deployment in 08-09 removed that pumping apparatus. So we're adding back a rescue ambulance. There is floor space, there's locker space within those stations. We merely needed to reassign some of those ready reserve engines so that these apparatus will have floor space.
Okay, because the one big thing that was so embarrassing was all the news cameras were there at a structure fire, and our trucks had problems finding because they weren't the same drivers who knew the area and this and that. The key is people who are familiar with the Palisades being able to move. That's our biggest concern when it comes to personnel. And so all of those issues are in front of our faces right now. But thank you for your comments.
And the last piece on plan check, I have grave concerns about transferring our personnel to this new department because the charter, the fire code, and the state fire code put responsibility and authority rests with me, and having employees assigned to another department making decisions that ultimately I'm responsible for as the fire chief is problematic and potentially illegal.
So
Thank you. Yes.
that will all be part of the report back on
Yes,
that
sir.
issue, including legal citations that you're referring to. Thank you.
Special study or report?
Well, yeah. I'd like to turn it now to our Public Safety Chair, Mr. Englander.
All right, thank you very much. Before I dive into this and just start asking questions, and I appreciate where everybody's at with, we get one of the first. Chief, let me thank you for coming personally here today as well. We really do appreciate that we got the chief here and that you're always accessible, quite frankly, to the committee as well, to public safety. So I appreciate that. Let me just put things into context, if I can. And first of all, this is what we're dealing with is proposed budget going forward for next year. And where we've come from in the last several years. There's certainly a lot going on today as well, and a lot of concern and questions about current proposals for deployment plans and staffing levels, certainly with hot weather issues and hillside and geographical locations. But in terms of the department as a whole, as a matter of public safety, if I can frame it, just as the chair of the committee, and I appreciate your recognition of that, Mr. Krikorian, as the chair of Budget and Finance. The department, the fire department has been through a lot over the last several years. It's been decimated for many, many reasons. And we can sit here all day long and point fingers. In fact, the media has done a pretty good job at that already, to all of us and to you and to the men and women of the department. But at the end of the day, it's one of the most important, if not the most important function of local government is public safety. And the cornerstone of public safety is the police department and the fire department. And not necessarily in that order, but certainly depending on the incident. And with that, we've got a very small department in context compared to any other department in this country. We have per capita fewer than most departments. Unless some of you've got some of those other cities with just voluntary departments, as we still have in the United States. But with that, they've done a lot, and you've done a lot. And when we entered in just a few months ago, or going in the last year, looking at some of the data problems, it became not only a big issue here from a budgetary perspective, from a public safety perspective, but an image to the city and to the department. There was a lot that needed to be done. Working with the rank and file, from UFLAC to the Command Officers Association, your office, the men and women within every station. I personally went around to many of those stations, spent a lot of time with those folks, to find out exactly what the concerns were. How do we need to fix the problem? What do we need to do to change the culture? And there's been a lot going on and a lot of work that's been dedicated with no additional money to identify what the issues were, first with the data. And where it all started was budgetary decisions to fund or not fund certain elements of the department based on data. And then it comes back to find out we had some issues with data. And a lot of the focus in the last several months, under your leadership and under the Commission, and I think the Commission deserves a lot of credit for this, the Fire Commission, because these are voluntary men and women, voluntary men and women that have stepped up with their own time and worked tirelessly to put together a task force with your direction and working with your staff, putting together a task force of experts working with RAND Institute and universities and bringing in experts to identify the issues before us, both within the city, the department, the data, and then not just to identify the problem, but find the solutions to get us on track, to make sure that you can make those informed decisions transparently and that we have measurable data that could be looked at. Now, a lot needs to be said about the LA Times and your willingness to share the information with them as well, but they put a lot of work into analyzing this data and then sharing their findings to find what the issues were. A lot of those solutions, in fact, if not all of them, have been found in terms of the problems and identifying it and fixing it and basing what we're going to do for staffing, what our true needs are citywide, not just in one district, but in all types of responses, from the time we answer the phone to the time it gets from a 911 dispatcher to folks in an engine or an ambulance to get on scene, how they punch that data in, how it's calculated, the equipment needs all of that information has been analyzed, and we've spent countless hours, both in committee and privately, going through that. And I appreciate all the help of the department, of the unions, of all the men and women within the department, and the public, because there's been a lot of hands-on, and it's been something you just can't go a week without reading about in the media. And so there's been a lot of attention, and for good reason. It's one of the most important, like I said, functions we do. And so I want to compliment, quite frankly, the department. We can sit here and question decisions that are being made today all day long, and they should be. And those questions should always be asked and should always be answered. And there should be data to back up every decision we make in either fire or PD, quite frankly. And the public deserves it. We have a fiduciary responsibility to look at it and analyze and ask those questions. And so I support everything that's happening, including, by the way, there's a special meeting tomorrow of the Personnel Committee that they're having on this very issue of staffing and some of the proposals that you've got in place. But in context of where we're at today, from where we've come from, we're not there yet, but we've come a long way. I applaud the mayor. He's put back nearly $35 million in the budget for staffing, another $20+ million for vehicle replacement and equipment. We're upgrading the CAD systems. We're putting in the automatic vehicle locator systems, the tune of $5 million. So in real time, dispatchers will know where every single vehicle is in real time, all the time. There's no other department in the country that has that type of sophistication to where we're going yet. So we're going to be leaders in that. We've got a lot going on. We've got the RFP out on the street that we're working on, the responses, and working with a consultant to look at categorically every function and program within the department and how we can do things better and best practices and bringing people into the mix. And UFLAC and command officers will also have a seat at the table in those discussions as well, working closely through our committee and with your office. So I think it's important to put things into context as why we're here today and what we're discussing before we start getting into specifics. And so we all have those concerns and those questions, and I think we're on track, but we're nowhere near home yet. There's a long way to go, and there's a lot of work outside of questioning certain things that might be happening just today on decisions, and those are serious. Those are very serious decisions, and so we need to go through that carefully. In terms of just some of the issues that have been raised as well by Mr. Rosendahl and by your concern as well, that was already brought up, and I wasn't going to bring it up yet, but I will. My understanding on the inspectors as part of the consolidation plan, which we're going to get into tomorrow, I believe, Mr. Chair, is its own meeting. There is a way that we've looked at if we restore those inspectors to the department that we could, though, co-locate them into the one unit with a memorandum of understanding or agreement so they could work cohesively and it would be in a matter that is sort of the spirit behind where we're going, but they would still be part of the department. Is that something we could work out? And I know the devils are in the details, but that's sort of the direction I see going with the inspectors.
Absolutely. I met with the general managers of both planning and building and safety, and we agree that that is the way to go. It gives us some advantages, one of being legal, the other, though, of allowing us then to rotate personnel through that assignment to that new department so that we expand the knowledge and breadth of understanding of the process, and we make it a better customer experience all the way around.
Okay. And I've heard a lot of concern through both also that and in Plum about that specific issue. Mr. Frazier and others that have come forward to share their thoughts, and so that'll be my first request for a report back to this committee to look at co-locating them, moving them, keeping them part of the department, putting them back into the department, and what would be best to have either an MOU or an MOA type of agreement that could be worked out.
Very good, sir.
With that, it got some other very specific things, but I'd like to just turn it over to colleagues and see if they have some of the same questions, then they can ask them. If not, I'll come back and close with some of those questions. I thank you for all the time.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to agree with the comments made by my colleagues. We've been through the worst, toughest budget times for the fire department probably in its history, and I commend the chief and your staff for getting us through it in a safe way and with world-class fire services, despite all the cuts. I do have a few questions. Probably the most significant ones have already been asked. One, you requested a labor relations position, which on the natural sounds like a good idea. How do you foresee labor issues being improved with this position?
We currently, our employee relations officer is an assistant chief assigned to the administrative staff, and that position is generally a 2-year assignment for our assistant chief. So we rotated field chief into that position, and they learn the position, they become very good at it, and then we rotate them back out to the field. By getting that civilian labor relations manager in that position, we establish some institutional knowledge and some longevity in that position. So I think it'll definitely assist us from providing a higher level of expertise to put some permanence in that position and just to bolster our relations with all of the unions within the city.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, so I wanted to flag that as a positive. I know your budget adds 25 ASL ambulances, which are desperately needed. I'm just wondering, what is, in your view, the ideal ratio of ASL to BSL ambulances that you would want, and how close does this get to the ideal by making that addition?
The request in there for those advanced life support positions is actually placing paramedics on our fire suppression resources. It's a combination of putting paramedics on engine companies and light forces and upgrading some of our BLS ambulances to paramedic ambulances. As we look at the correct ratio, looking at our response to those advanced life support calls and the high-risk advanced life support calls, approximately 50% of the time it's a fire resource that gets on scene first, an engine company or a light force. So if we can have a paramedic on every one of those suppression resources, we'll have that paramedic intervention more quickly in those instances where we need them. The International Association of Firefighters recently did a work study, a time study on what is the best deployment of paramedic resources in a department, and the conclusion was for advanced life support that having one paramedic on the rescue ambulance and one paramedic on the fire company, along with all the firefighter EMTs, the other firefighter EMT on the ambulance and the ones on the engine, gives the best response for getting that ALS intervention as quickly as possible. These 25, I currently have 71 suppression units, the fire units that have a single paramedic on them. This will push me up just over 90. I have 132 suppression units, and my goal would be to have one paramedic on each of them. and then start on the BLS ambulances. And ultimately, we'd have a system where every resource would have at least one paramedic, firefighter, and one firefighter EMT on it. And then we'd keep a core of 2 paramedic ambulances for our high ALS response areas, and so that we can address the call need.
And I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but I'm not an expert on this. So I presume every paramedic that's on a piece of fire equipment is cross-trained to do all the other things that a firefighter needs to be able to do.
Currently, we might still have a few single-function paramedics left, but the number is definitely under 50 out of all of the 1,000-plus paramedics that we have. Everyone else is dual-trained, yes, fire suppression and paramedic.
So presumably you try to put the people that are single-trained on ambulances to the extent you can and not on fire.
They're either on ambulances or in administrative assignments.
Okay, and how does the addition of your proposed 11 ambulances factor in with this upgrade? And I don't think that request was included in your budget letter.
It was not. Those 11 ambulances are to address a very real and immediate need. 85% of our call load being emergency medical service. We currently have 11 stations of the 106 out there that their single fire resource is that light force configuration, an aerial ladder truck and a pumper with 6 personnel. In all of those stations, that company is tied up running emergency medical service calls. So because it's running those medical calls, it's not available when other calls come in, structure fires, physical rescue calls. So we have to bring an aerial ladder truck from a longer distance away. These 11 basic life support ambulances, which will go into those light force only stations, will provide us that ambulance to respond to the EMS call load. It will keep that light force available more often to respond to the structure fires and the physical rescues. And by putting more basic life support ambulances in the system, approximately 33% more, it'll keep the paramedic ambulances available more often, because the basic life support ambulances will take the basic life support transports to the hospital, whereas now we default to those paramedic ambulances. I have 89 paramedic ambulances. We currently have 34 BLS ambulances. This will push us up to 45, plus the 6 variably staffed ones. We'll have 51 basic life support ambulances during the peak time of day.
And are we actually getting 11 additional ambulances physically, or are we using ambulances that are in stations but are not actively staffed?
We currently have about 21 ready reserve ambulances that we keep out there as a surge for surge capacity. They're basic life support ambulances that are fully equipped, but they're not staffed. We will use some of those for these 11s, plus we are taking delivery on some new ambulances that were part of a previous MICLA purchase, so it'll be a combination of the two.
And will your dispatch be modified to try and automatically compensate for the different staffing levels on the truck companies?
We're going to analyze that and see, because as I addressed earlier, we currently dispatch an extra company to every structure fire, an extra engine company to every structure fire. We've done that since we lost the staff assistants. So that brings 4 additional personnel. So with this reduction of light force staffing, there's a reduction of two firefighters from an incident. We're still +2. We're going to look at it as we move forward and see if we need to add an additional ambulance to essentially to those calls to bring the numbers back up to +4. The thing that I think one of the points that was missed is that these basic life support ambulances don't just respond to the low-level EMS calls. They respond to every call that we have. They'll respond to advanced life support calls to provide staffing and sometimes transport. They respond to structure fire calls to augment staffing. They respond to physical rescues. They respond to everything that we go on. These are they have 2 firefighter EMTs on them that are fully trained. They have their full protective gear. They have self-contained breathing apparatus. They respond to incidents, and we routinely use them. We assign them to a company when they get on scene, and they augment staffing.
Okay, and I don't have any questions on the plant check services. I would just agree with what's already been said. I'm sure there's a way to make this work where those folks still wind up being under the fire department's auspices, but work with the planning and building and safety, combined new department. As far as the new recruits, do we expect the newly trained firefighters to, no, number one, I don't know whether they're even going to be in service next year and counted in that, because I don't know how quickly that training can be done. But whether it's next year or the following year, will that have an impact on the amount of overtime that's used by the department?
Yes, with what's in the budget, we're requesting 2 classes of 70 each. The first class will start in January and graduate sometime in June, and we'll start the second class in June. So we'll get approximately 65 to 70 recruits who will enter the field in June of next year. At that time, with that graduating class, we'll be approximately 118 positions short of fully staffed. So yes, we're going to need to continue to hiring for a while so that we can start having enough staffing to offset constant staffing.
Well, that eventually should have some impact on the overtime.
Yes.
If we read this correctly, it looks like you can't start the class without some additional clerical support as well. Is that correct?
Correct. We're requesting, there's no civilian staff included in the recruit training staff positions that were retained, so we're requesting partial year funding for clerical staff to support the training staff and those classes of 70 recruits.
And on the purchases, what's the lifespan of each vehicle that we're purchasing through MICLA? Between the aerial ladder trucks and ambulances, do you know which ones tend to last longer?
Can we report back to you? Oh, I can tell you that aerial ladder trucks last longer than ambulances, but I can have we can report back on the exact replacement cycle on all of those. I will let you know that for heavy apparatus, we are off cycle. We haven't been able to purchase heavy apparatus in several fiscal years. Fortunately, with this budget allows us to keep from falling further behind. But yes, aerial ladder trucks last longer than ambulances. We put 100,000 miles on an ambulance in a fairly short amount of time.
Okay, and on the fire station alert system, where are we on that project?
The RFP is out, the proposal's in, and they're being evaluated at this time, and then we'll be selecting a proposal.
Okay, and one thing I wasn't clear on the automatic vehicle locator program, which I think is really critical. Are we envisioning that as only starting with fire trucks, or are we going to do it on ambulances as well?
We're going to do it on emergency vehicles, so it'll be fire trucks and ambulances, and then we'll circle back and look at a similar type system for all of our light vehicles as well.
Yeah, I think it belongs on everything, especially since response to health issues like heart attacks, minutes count, and I think this is where we're going to be saving some lives when vehicles happen to be closer, and I think it'll be an amazing difference. So one of the better things we've looked at. Let's see, my last question is, I understand the controller's audit of the department was the main driver behind the increase of $4 million into the ambulance transport billing contract. Could you go over the amount and describe the reasoning behind it, whether we expect it to go up further?
No, it was an accounting, the way that they would like us to account for the revenue. Instead of us they were getting paid out of the net receipts, and originally we were deducting it from revenue. They said, no, we need to make it a line item instead, that we're paying the contract, and then put all the revenue under the revenue. So the money hasn't gone up. It goes up as our revenue increases. The percentage hasn't gone up. It's just a different way that they wanted us to put it in the budget.
Okay, so it's not a significant change. It's just moving the line items around in essence. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
I just got to stand up so I can see my colleagues right there. Good afternoon. I think it's very important as we look at this, and it's in every community is a fire station. 105 fire stations, is that correct, Chief?
106, sir.
106 throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the impact, and then the transformation, as you reflected a little bit, Mitch, the police department used to have the ambulances. In 1970, it went to the fire department. Then Governor Reagan, encouraged by then Supervisor Hahn, got the paramedics through. All this transformed. Prior to that, basically there was no medical service other than a hospital that you would go to that the city ran. But now, 50 years later we're an absolute service as a medical service. But still, there will be another earthquake. And still, there'll be another challenge. And staffing is so key for this here. When I first got elected, I only made 2 promises to the community. One was that I would constantly meet with people, and the other was I get one street, which was called Clybourne, repaved. It was in the Burbank line, 86's district, half in Burbank, half in LA. It looked like a patch quilt. We got it paved. But the other things that I did fight for, including the expansion of Griffith Park, was the 10th person on the truck company. Prior to that, at Flemish Lane, I believe it is, Flemish Place, Santa Monica Boulevard, there was a tragedy. Truck 35 was there. I believe Captain McMaster was there. I believe they were able to save one person, but the other person wasn't. And it was shortly after the downgrade to 9-member truck companies. I just think it's key that we really look at this because it's very serious. It's a team effort on a truck. It's not just they're all going in different directions. They each have a team. One of them gets off that truck and is supposed to go to this position. One cuts the roof. One cuts the iron bars on the windows. Thank you. One is a safety officer, and there's the captain directing. We're a little more familiar, I believe, with the police department because we see so much. If there's been 1,000 police shows on television, there's been 2. Rescue 8 with Skip and Wes and the county fire off years ago, and Engine 51, and then some, and that's about it. So people don't know what you do. And what I'm saying, Chief, is I think you got to tell people what you do and articulate it, and the transformation of how you are a medical service now and how that works. I just worry for us that when the earthquake comes, we will not have enough people in an organization to be able to fulfill the service that is necessary. Preparedness is so good. Our building codes, this is a question too, Mr. Chair, that I think we need to look at. With modernization now and the codes, and they're talking about merging departments. The word safety is in that new department, but it's all about buildings and safety. Conflagration is a big issue because in West Coast development, we don't have buildings side by side. We have the space between. Our fear is the 169,000 acres or whatever you quote it as is open space, whether it's the hills of El Sereno to the Palisades, to Palos Verdes, or into the rim of the valley. So I just think, Mr. CAO and Fire Chief Cummings, we have to educate a little bit so we know as members how are we going to be able to fund this to the level, because it's a roll of the dice. It's an absolute roll of the dice right now. It's my first time on finance, so I don't have any answers. I do know that some municipalities and some counties self-impose a fee, that if you pay the fee, which they raise money from, and I think Ventura County does, you don't get charged if you need the service. So let's say if the Labange family paid a fee, and I don't know what it is, I think Ventura County does, as I mentioned. Does anyone know that, CAO? And they pay a fee, and then not an assessment, but it's a voluntary fee. It raises money for medical services or whatever. I think we have to look at that to be able to do this. And the challenge, I don't have any answers. I just wanted to state that it's real critical because this is life and death. Prior to that, there was a lot of death. Prior to that, excellent service, well-trained individuals who are paramedics, men and women of this city. Now we have a chance to save somebody. People come back. And it's interesting, too, because you don't keep statistics on that, right? You take them to the hospital and you don't say, Tom Labange made it or not. You just said you got him to the hospital.
That's changing now, but no, up to this point we haven't, but it's changing now. We're able to get some of that outcome data from hospitals now. I'm sorry, that is changing. We're able to start getting some of that outcome data now, but no, historically we have not.
But I got on the outcome data then, now we're going to be responsible because you're trying your best to do it. See, I think the reason why they didn't have outcome data is because you don't want to. First of all, you don't want to emotionally get involved in this because all you're seeing is life and death out there. Second of all, what liability do we have? Did engine 512, because there's no 512, I don't think, and engine 671, did they do as good enough job as 337? I don't know. This is what I got to ask ourselves because there's liability on that.
But what it allows us to do is to tailor our practices, because emergency medicine is an evolving field, and as we can get that outcome data, we can save more lives. We can find procedures that are more effective, and our medical director is right in the forefront of this and working to make sure we get that outcome data.
And just to let you know, members, too, I love the fire department real big. I did make a statement once that tried to civilianize the Operations Control Division, which is now Metro North, Metro South, and then I got invited to lunch, Mitch, and they told me why they can't do it. We have to civilianize where we can. I want to see firefighters on the truck. Bob Brown was a great firefighter, still lives in Eagle Rock, was a great engineer, and he said, Tommy, all they do is cut from the tailboard. That's what we've always done. We can't because we're going to cut too much. And I just want to make that argument as we go forward and look at this. I don't have any answers, but I would like to see to tell the people of Los Angeles, from San Pedro to Chatsworth, from Boyle Heights to Venice, is there a way that we could self-contribute that would help the whole ship, but also if we needed the ship, not for fire protection, but for medical, you weren't going to get the $1,525 bill. I don't know. And this is the last question for Mr. CAO. Under the Reardon administration, they wanted everything to be businesslike, so we came about in these chargebacks. You know, now you charge back water and power. Does the water and power charge the fire department for water? No, they don't.
Should they?
No, which is okay. So if they don't charge the fire department, and this is for future, not for you, Chief, I want to find a way they do not charge the park department or the library department as institutions in the city. That's for the CAO. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaBlanche. Mr. Kress had a clarification to make.
Oh, I think it was mentioned that we are having a special personnel committee meeting on that subject, but I think the wrong day may have been given. That's going to take place this Friday at City Hall at 9 a.m. for the record.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to thank the members for raising the concerns as it relates to the transfer of the fire plan check services. The mayor's office does support the restoration of the... I'm sorry.
You got to speak right.
Yeah, you can face the mic. You don't need to face us. It's
Okay. I'd like to thank the members for raising the concerns as it relates to the restoration, as it relates to the transfer of the fire plan check services. We do support the restoration of the 7 deleted positions and also an MOU as it relates to that function. And we do look forward to the report back.
Very good. So it sounds like at least on one significant issue, when that report comes back, we'll have a fair opportunity for resolution. So that's good to hear. Thank you for that. Chief, in the last 2 years, constant staffing overtime from 2011 until this budgeted year has increased by about 80%. What is it? What are the plans that the department has to reduce constant staffing overtime costs, and specifically, how does that relate to your longer-term plan for restoration of fire services over the next 3 to 5 years?
Thank you, sir. The 80% number looks at what was budgeted, not what was actually spent. The actual increase year over year is significantly smaller than that, and the numbers increased due partly to salary increases, but also to the fact that when we closed fire resources, we created a staffing pool of about 318 individuals. And as we slowly attrited them out, they were offsetting overtime costs. As we attrited them out, we got less and less savings from that staffing pool. So that's why there's been an increase over the last 4 or 5 years. The long-term plan is to start hiring as soon as we can, and to hire at a rate of approximately 210 recruits at a minimum per year, probably for the next 7 years, so that we can fully staff the department and then get above that staffing level, so that as the City Council does allow us to expand our resources based on the data and our needs, we have firefighters to put in those positions, and we're not opening new resources and creating additional vacant positions, which again drives that constant staffing cost.
Great. Now, I know that the council has, on several occasions, requested a longer-term restoration plan.
Correct.
I'm not asking for that plan to be part of this budget hearing, but I would like a report back in the context of this budget as to when we might be able to begin implementing that plan, when we will expect that report back, and what this budget does to prepare for restoration, longer-term restoration of the department.
Absolutely. However, I think that we keep the term restoration keeps being used, and again, I have no interest in restoring the department to where it was in 08-09. We need to build a department for 2015. So there's different needs based on the data, analysis of that data, the differing needs for the city of Los Angeles, and then the experience and knowledge of the command staff. So what we will be bringing forward is that vision of the department that we need as we build forward.
Great. Now, this budget provides for some additional apparatus purchased through MECLA. Can you say now, and if you can't say now, a report back is fine, what impact, positive or negative, that will have on the department's need for mechanical personnel? One of my biggest concerns about the department in recent years has been the decimation of the support personnel that keep the apparatus on the road. And if we're buying more, I could see an argument being made that that requires more mechanics in order to support them. I could also see an argument being made that because you have newer apparatus and you're phasing out older apparatus, there might be less of a demand. I don't have a way to quantify that. I'm hoping you do.
Yes, sir. These apparatus are replacement apparatus. So they're newer apparatus that will come into service, and it'll be a domino out, and apparatus will actually be salvaged. Unless we're adding resources, as I'm doing with the 11 BLS ambulances, there is no additional impact on the fleet. Having said that, however, we are still short on mechanics. We're critically short on mechanics still, and we'll continue looking for opportunities to expand our mechanical fleet, staffing.
And are these purchases of apparatus sufficient to meet your immediate needs, or are you interested in broadening the fleet even beyond this?
What this purchase has allowed us to do is to stop falling further behind on our heavy apparatus replacement cycle. So it's kind of frozen us in time with where we're at. So to that extent, it's good. What was eliminated from it is what we put in it was all emergency vehicles. We took any non-emergency vehicles out, and there was a substantial number of non-emergency vehicles, but in light of the money that was available, we felt it's prudent to just request the emergency vehicles.
All right. So even with the status quo, you would agree that there's a need for additional hiring among the mechanics, and if we were to broaden the fleet, that need would even increase further.
Any resources that we add to the field will definitely have an impact on our mechanics, on our IT staffing, and our entire civilian workforce. Yes, sir.
Very good. Mr. Englander, you had a few other follow-ups.
Just a couple things. One, I did see in the budget there's 2 positions for fire stat, for the fire stat unit. Can you walk us through that and what they'll be doing, and an update on fire stat as you see it laying out in this next year's budget?
Yes, and thank you for providing a lot of leadership and impetus as we move forward on this, Councilman. As we staff out the statistical analysis unit, we have a fire statistics manager and then a statistical analysis staffer that will be working closely with the planning section. And we currently have 4 fire captains assigned in that section, so we'll be bringing the civilian staff on board, again, with a higher level of training, education, and expertise, and replacing one of those captains on the staff, and staffing out a unit with 1 captain and the 2 civilians, so that we can look at the inputs, outputs, and outcomes of what the department does, and use that data to not only make those deployment decisions, and our deployment needs to be much more dynamic along the lines of what the police department does with their squad cars, moving them every 28 days. We need to look at making sure we have fire resources and ambulances where we need them, when we need to have them there. But also that unit will be responsible for pushing that information out to the public, so that the public, the policymakers, and the members of the department can see what that emergency call load need is, see what those response times are, and they can make decisions about the level of service that they need.
Okay, thank you. And with that, there's a lot of change which will occur, I'm assuming, this year moving forward with fire stat as that rolls out from the statistical analysis unit, measuring the data, but also the communications efforts between staff from the silver and the gold, if you will, the brass staff, that they'll have a dialogue similar to, but altogether different than CompStat with LAPD. And so with some of those models, and without going through too much detail, just from my perspective, there seems to be something missing. And I think it's some of what we're dealing with now as it relates to the communication between what's happening with the department and the council and the city as a whole and the fire commission. And there seems to be a lapse in communication when I hear information from whether it's UFLAC or the command officers or your office or what the fire commission's doing. There isn't a conduit of regular shared functions and policies, things that are happening from a calendar perspective with the city as it relates to the commission. Who's responsible on the commission do you have an executive liaison? Is there somebody, the police commission has Richard Tiefenk, right, who I know we went out on a national search to find somebody who understood the culture in the department and understand police functions as well as the commission. And what do we have in the fire department?
We do not have a similar position.
Should we?
Yes, I'm not certain it would be that same as the Los Angeles Police Department has there, but looking at some type of an intergovernmental liaison officer that reports to the fire chief, a civilian chief of staff, as it were, that could handle that intergovernmental relations, working both with the commission, the city council, and the mayor's office to make sure that all of them are informed of things that are, as we're moving forward, can be that point of contact for getting information out. And then if that individual was assigned to my office, it would then they could work with the employee relations officers and staff to make sure that the unions, all the unions, were informed of information as well.
Well, in something I've looked at for quite some time, and it seemed to be that's what's missing in terms of a dialogue. That's what gets us into some of the discussions that are happening now with if there are deployment options or staffing changes that are being recommended. Sometimes a lot of us might not even hear about it until we're getting called from either the Union or the LA Times or the Daily News for, hey, a quote, what do you think about this? Sure. And we haven't seen it yet. And well, what's been submitted in writing? We don't know. This is one of the most important, if not, again, I go back to that, the most important function of local government. In fact, I would say that the police department and fire department are more important than the city council, quite frankly. No. So, no, maybe not. I don't know. We'll retract that. Strike that comment. No. But with that, I think it's important that we have a liaison position, and whether that's in your office or, quite frankly, with the commission, as Richard Tiefenk is with, I believe, for the commission, whichever that is. I'd like a report back on the ability to create that position and look at that. I'd like some feedback with the command officers and UFLAC about that as well, because they would be part of that as well in crafting and creating that position. We've got somebody from LAPD here dedicated every single day. Yes. Every single day on the council floor. Every single day in committee. Yes. Every single day, not just monitoring, but there is shared information and dialogue because it's 70% of our budget goes to public safety, to the police and fire, 70%. And so having that person that is that important conduit here is critically important. So if we could, Mr. Santana, have a report back on that. And then my one last very quick question is on the dispatch center on it's in the budget book on page 275, number 17, and it's grouped together with various things, but one of those line items amongst the $1.7 million in that 5 positions, it relates to an enhanced coverage of transition to a 40-hour work week once again. Yes. And while there are other things that need to be broken out from software upgrades, if we could get a breakdown of what all those things are in that number 17 dispatch center line item, and how much money relates to the 40-hour work week of that $1.7 million. It's something that was never realized this year. I'd like to ask that whatever that line number is for the 40-hour work week, it be put into the UB and not directly into the department, since it turned into a meet and confer. We never quite got there. I mean, it could be 100,000 out of the 1.7 million. It doesn't stand out because it's grouped together with a lot of other things, from technological improvements and enhancements in equipment and so forth. So if we can get that broken out, and my recommendation to get the CAO to report back on the idea of putting that in the UB, that portion, which is supposed to be the 40-hour work week, until we actually work that piece out and figure it out this year, if it happens at all, I think it would be helpful.
Thanks, sir.
Very good. All right, Mr. Rosendahl.
I really appreciate this discussion. This is the discussion that the public obviously needs to have.
Yes, sir.
On the record, your gentleman came over and explained some answers, but I don't need the answers as much as I want to put this on the record, but get it formally back. This piece of paper has been passed out to you all. You should have that in front of you. A dispatch center staffing plan. Does the mayor's budget assume the meet and confer issue with UFLAC over the work schedule at the fire dispatch center will be resolved by July 1? Is the first question. Second one, has an analysis been done since the 2006 auditor's controller's audit to evaluate if a civilian or hybrid staffing model in the fire dispatch center will produce significant savings? 3, assuming some kind of modification to the current platoon duty schedule was made, what kind of surge capacity would we lose? And are the 2 additional firefighter positions added to the mayor's budget to the fire dispatch center going to be enough? And lastly, deletion of 129 vacant positions. 2 years ago, the City Council adopted a new budget line item called Restoration of Neighborhood Fire Services and made a policy decision to hold 318 sworn fire department positions vacant. In the mayor's proposed budget, 129 vacant sworn positions are slated to be eliminated. Are we now abandoning this council policy decision? And what flexibility are we left with if we choose to gradually build back the strength of the LAFD in future years following the proposed deletion of these sworn positions? That's all the questions, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting me ask them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And also for the record, I did receive a few questions primarily regarding the deployment plan from Councilmember-elect Mike Bonin, which I welcome, and I welcome any other member or future member might have as well to be included in the record. So, Chief, we'll just be submitting that to you in writing with the others as well.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. LaBonge.
You go into Hollywood, where the Hollywood Fire Station is, and the Hollywood Police Station. Yes. The commander of the Hollywood Police Station has a bunch of support. The commander of the battalion that is in that firehouse has one support. And I'm asking the CEO for the future to look at that. It may not be this budget year, but to have to rethink it. I think it's a compliment, but it's a negative. The fire department has been too efficient. It's just been people in fire trucks going and answering every alarm. But the duty of communication, when you said communication, I hope it's a civilian, not a sworn person. I want every sworn person on a truck or an engine. But to look at that, because the police department has had that ability, and I got up to say this because Mitch was bragging about the police department. I wanted to brag about the opposite of the fire department has to find a way to challenge the ability, because we're in a community business. And I'm looking more at the CEO now, and you understand exactly what I'm saying. And also, I believe it was 1958, and it could have had something to do with 1955 and the fire chief who was fired, but in 1958, the city of Los Angeles opened its doors at every fire station in the city, and Fire Service Day, the second Saturday of every May, which is coming up.
Yes.
And if I was a fire chief right now, I'd invite everybody to the fire stations loud every day. Get on every radio station, chief, and have them come to the pancakes out at Station 27 and 86s and 88s, all of them.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonge.
Thank you. They have good pancakes at 102s, too.
Yes, they do. Outstanding pancakes.
Chief, Chief, we do have funding for the 2 new classes in this budget, but did I understand you to say that the first graduates would not come online until June?
Yes, that is correct.
So the bulk of the expense of those new salaried positions will be in the following fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
This fiscal year, it's pretty much just the recruitment and training.
Recruitment and the training staff, correct.
All right. So in fiscal year 2014-2015, do you anticipate having the same need for additional recruits and additional classes during that year?
Yes, sir. Another 200. In fact, 3 classes of 70. I'd like to hire 210 recruits in 14-15.
So, of course, that's significant members, because it's important to remember again that in order to grow the department in the way that we need to do, it's going to have a significant fiscal impact on our out-year budgets. So again, we're dealing with 1 year's budget right now, but we have to think about 2014 and 2015 as well as we're doing this. So thank you, Chief. If you could hold there for a minute, we do have a number of questions from the public specific to fire, so I'd like to invite them to come up now, starting with Scott Miller, followed by Mark Chase. And I guess, actually, Chief, maybe so that you don't have your back to the public, you can feel free to, because we won't be responding to these questions at this time anyway, unless members.
Thank you very much, sir. And did I turn off? Oh, thank you very much, sir. And I just had one last comment before I moved, was that as we process the classes through, 6,500 candidates took the test for firefighter. The personnel department is doing a fantastic job helping us process those new applicants, and it is impacting them very much to try to get those classes in January. So I know that they'll be coming to speak to you shortly, and they have some needs, as well as the Information and Technology Agency, because they're supporting a lot of this new technology with the fire station alerting, AVL, and the new CAD system coming in. They'll also be looking for some support from Budget and Finance. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chief, and congratulations again to the department. Yes, Mr. Kretz, and then we'll be taking 1 minute each from the public who are going to be talking about this. Sorry, Mr. Kretz had one more question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think there's always been a little bit of a disconnect regarding timing issues between a call that's received by our 911 center, the information, the resources that get dispatched, and how long it takes, etc. Can we get a report back on my esteemed colleague Tom LaBonge's motion to look at having emergency calls that are fire-related go direct to a dedicated fire line? I think in his motion he called it a 911F. And if I was able to pick a number, I'd pick 451 for Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. But whatever the number is, the concept of saving the time it takes for the call to come into the police run 911, and then 30 seconds later, 45 seconds later, whatever it is, going to the fire 911. Can we get a report back on that, and what are your thoughts currently on it?
Absolutely, sir. Currently, by legislation, the Los Angeles Police Department is the public safety access point, the primary. So the calls are required to go to the Los Angeles Police Department prior to them being transferred to us. But yes, we would look for anything that would, any process that would allow us to more quickly take a call, process a call, and dispatch the correct resources to the correct location, we'd be greatly in favor of.
That would be great if we could have a report back on that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now take 1 minute each from the members of the public which wish to speak about fire. When the public is finished, we'll be taking up animal services, followed by recreation and parks. So again, our first speaker is Scott Miller, followed by Mark Chase. Mr. Miller, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Miller. I'm a captain with the Los Angeles Fire Department. I've been with the department for 33 years. 20 years working in fire prevention. I'd like to say thank you for your support to the fire department and our focus on making sure that the buildings that are built are safe for our citizens, and they're also safe for our firefighters, and are going to provide us the tools that we need to minimize the effects of fire on life, safety, and explosion and panic. Our inspectors take their work very seriously, and they also recognize that it's important for them to look at the impacts that they have on the building community at the same time. So again, I'd like to just say thank you for maintaining the focus.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments and your service. Our next speaker is Mark Chase.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Chase. I'm one of the Fire Inspector 2s assigned to the Construction Services Unit. I'd like to thank the committee for understanding the importance of fire department involvement in the plan check of these critical life safety systems. These are the systems such as fire alarms, emergency power and lighting, smoke control, the systems that protect the public and allow the fire department to do their emergency operations. Firefighting does begin with plan check and field inspections that provides the emergency responders the tools to complete their job and keep the city safe. Thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Don Fraser, followed by Mike McOsker.
Council members, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don Fraser, representing Chief Officers of the Los Angeles Fire Department. I applaud the efforts of the committee here this afternoon for taking positive action on one of the pillars of public safety. Public safety is more than just the ambulances, the fire trucks. It is the safety that comes in the building process through our plan check. What I would remind you, though, is that so far you have restored, or the mayor has offered to bring back 7 positions, and there's a total of 12. There's 5 civilians that are still slated to go to building and safety. You'll be sending us out with a short team, just like the discussion that we've had with the 10th member on the task force. Plan check depends on having that integrated work between the civilian fire protection engineers and the sworn plan check inspectors. So I ask you to please continue that check and balance that you have with the mayor and with council, and be very considerate and thoughtful in the budget process to restore that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will try to be. Our next speaker is Mike McOsker, followed by Andy Fox.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the committee. Hello, Mike McOsker, United Firefighters. To answer quickly Councilmember Rosenthal's question he had before he left about the progress or the prospects of completing bargaining on the Metro Fire Command issue prior to July 1st. That's unlikely, but I will say that the CAO's office has been meeting responsibly with us on the issue. However, it's just recently, we believe, very much complicated by the mayor's office by injecting for the first time a bargaining unit work issue into what will be ongoing negotiations. That the proposal is to replace our people now. For the first time, we're seeing this in writing. So that's going to be problematic. It's unlikely we'll finish anytime soon. And I'd be less than frank with you if I were to tell you that we're also bargaining this in the context of the chief's proposal to degrade fire protection at 22 places and degrade the level of safety that our people enjoy. So we're not as optimistic maybe as many people you've heard before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Fox, followed by Cheryl Parisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Andy Fox, President of the Chief Officers Association. First, we would like to commend the committee for the restoration for the plan check personnel, and I would echo Chief Fraser's comments regarding the civilians. 2 points I'd like to make. First is what Councilmember Rosendahl brought up, and that's the deletion of, it's either 129 or 131 positions that this council had the wisdom 2 years ago to set aside in the event that as the economy got better, that the fire department would be restored. We'd like to ask this committee to restore those positions consistent with the commitments that were made 2 years ago and consistent with the chief's comments that ultimately we do need to have a different looking fire department, and ultimately those 318 positions or a portion thereof need to be part of that mix. Specifically, though, for this budget, I would like to ask the committee to give strong consideration to restoring the 21 EIT positions, formerly staff assistant positions, for the chief officers. As council is aware, every day our officers and our firefighters are operating, in our view, in an unsafe situation because of the lack of staff and the lack of oversight. It is a clear safety issue, and we'd like to urge the committee to take a look at that.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Parisi, followed by Daniel Weissman, who will be followed by Julie Butcher. Ms. Parisi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Clearly, the coalition continues to be interested in increasing the revenue side of our budget. And I want to speak today and specifically on the fire department ambulance billing revenues. As you're aware, the city let that revenue collection go out to contract. If you trace the revenue line in this budget, you will see that there was a one-time 15% spike in the revenue collection that corresponds with the investment in the handheld technology that provided the essential information to be able to enhance billing. Ever since that time, the revenue line has been flat. There has really been no enhancement based on the outside contract. Most importantly, next year, we are on the cusp of the implementation of the Affordable Health Care Act, which will mean vast improvement in the number of Medi-Cal covered or folks who are being insured through the exchanges. We would expect that the collection rates will go up. We're specifically asking that as part of your B-designated studies, that there be a full and complete audit of the collection aspect of ambulance billing with full recommendations and an analysis of how the city can best maximize its investment in resources as it moves forward into the era of the Affordable Health Care Act. We think it's important that you analyze this area.
Thank you. And I know that that was a significant component of the Inspector General's report that we'll be hearing at greater length later in these hearings, and we'll have an opportunity to inquire about it at that time and any necessary follow-up that will be necessary after that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Weissman, followed by Julie Butcher.
May I ask two of the procedural questions before we start?
No, I'd prefer you do that offline because we don't have the time.
However, I do want to comment at the onset that a 1-minute public comment and then abiding by the Brown Act that doesn't allow you to respond makes the public moot. Now, I came with nine questions. You'll see them, but they'll have to be done in another form. What we have just heard from Ms. Parisi is very interesting, but I want to address the fire department if we are going to have the opportunity to discuss the ambulance services afterward. If so, I have another card.
I'm sorry.
You mentioned that we were going to discuss the ambulance services. It's not on the agenda.
It's not going to be today, sir. This is a single hearing that stretches over the course of 2 weeks, and the Inspector General will be reporting next week.
And I'm also asking for the opportunities for the neighborhood councils to make some specific recommendations. I understand that labor will have that opportunity too. There's so many things to be said at this time. It's obvious they can't be said in this environment. The disappointment that I have is beyond my ability to comment on.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Butcher. And before you come up, Ms. Butcher, just for the sake of the record, Dr. Weissman, we did take general public comment before the fire department came up to speak, and Mr. Walsh was available to provide general public comment. We took general public comment yesterday. We'll take general public comment each and every day of these hearings, so there's certainly ample opportunity for the public to testify multiple times over the course of these hearings, in addition, of course, to all the other venues that we've provided for public input, including having the neighborhood council budget advocates appearing before the city council and giving a complete report. But thank you for your comments. Ms. Butcher.
Thank you. Always happy to stand in back of McCosker. Yes, we need more mechanics. The fire mechanics work very, very hard to keep pieces of particularly large equipment moving in, and all of that. Have significant concerns about the adequacy of staffing of mechanics. And then concerns, there are apparently some mechanics that we're hoping to get here to speak, but it's May Day out there. Specifically about leasing and around large pieces of equipment. But we would also urge you to do whatever it is that Chief Frazier says. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So our next department will be Animal Services. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kretz.
I had a request from our colleague, Mr. Weezar, that we ask for a report back on the ability to get 3 engineers for engine 209 and the costs of full implementation. So just a request for a report back.
Okay. Ms. Barnett, welcome. Yes. That's all fired, please. All right. Good afternoon. We have received your letter. I think all committee members should have a copy of it. Animal Services budget, as it's proposed by the mayor, is to increase by about $1.5 million, it appears, with an increase in regular positions from 318 to 325. We have your letter. Feel free to provide any brief opening comments that you'd like, and then we'll get right into questions.
Thank you. We would like to thank the mayor and the CAO and the Budget and Finance Committee, and to acknowledge the economic challenges that for the entire city. So you do have our letter. We would like to just state that by our calculations, we still find that we're $1.2 million short when we fill the 16 animal care technician positions that were recently approved by the council and the mayor to avoid the closing of the graveyard shift. Something that was not brought up in our letter was the $400,000 reduction to the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund. In talking with the CAO's office yesterday, we accept this as a one-time reduction. We believe that we can meet our current and future obligations to provide spay-neuter surgeries for pets owned by low-income Angelinos, including the $30 voucher. And we see this as a one-time. This year we are lucky and fortunate to be getting one-time funding from the ASPCA, HSUS, PetSmart Charities, and Best Friends, and we believe that will make the difference in that for us. Yesterday we did meet with the CAO's office to discuss options and solutions to some of our budget-related questions, and we did agree to keeping the 7 clerk typists in lieu of existing authorities and avoiding the possible senior animal control officer 2 layoff. The CAO also supported, gratefully, our recommendation to transfer $280,000 from contractual services to salary accounts, which will help with those 16 ACTs. In the City at a Crossroads document, the CAO states that since 2009-10, Animal Services has reduced staffing by 21% compared to other departments' 14%. Yet in the first 9 months of this fiscal year, the department has increased our life save rate from 60% to 66%. In our fiscal year to date, our intake numbers are declining. Our in-house spay-neuter surgeries are increasing. Our kill number is down significantly. In fact, we're ahead of our goals. And our dog license sales are up. You know, I just want to take a moment to commend our staff and note that staffing levels are approaching the same as they were prior to Prop F, and when we had 759 animal kennels and cages. And today we have 2,029, almost 3 times as many kennels and cages that are filled to capacity, as well as a larger population asking for more field services for stray and dangerous dogs and for wildlife from coyotes to venomous snakes. We very much look forward to working with the committee, the mayor, the CAO, and the CLA on these challenges, and we're here happy to try to answer questions along with the CAO's office.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah,
Chair of Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee.
Thank you. And obviously we're pleased that we're moving on a lot of these goals in the right direction towards a no-kill LA, which in addition to being humane would also save us a fair amount of money. Number one, I wanted to clarify that the mayor's budget has 12 ACTs added and an amount for security that seems roughly equivalent to the request for 16 ACTs. Are we able to put that in our budget, and as it's a wash and more what we actually need? How do we do that?
Yes, the mayor's office does support using the contractual dollars to fund the additional 4 positions.
And how did we deal with the proposed elimination of the 7 clerk typists? I wasn't clear on how the CAO is proposing to resolve that.
Those positions are currently sitting against other positions. 5 of them are in vet techs. 1 is in a senior clerk and 1 is in an accounting position. And so the expectation is that next year that same situation will exist. And obviously, as our fiscal picture improves, then we would be in support of adding those additional positions. But for now, as a way of avoiding any layoffs in the department, the status quo will continue for next year.
So those clerk typists essentially would be funded by positions that will remain vacant?
That is correct.
Because I think some positions were eliminated, and I was concerned that those would be the ones that would fund those clerk typists.
No, the 7 positions that are being used now for those clerks will remain.
So even though it sounds on paper, as minor clerical positions, those are actually critical to keeping the shelters running. So
we agree.
That's important. Obviously, some of our goals are being forwarded by the amount of spay and neuter we're doing. I'm concerned that we're making as big a cut as we are in the fund. It's made up by nonprofits and others that are kicking in monies, but I'm wondering if that's a missed opportunity to do more spay and neuter, or if we're not capable of actually staffing up quickly enough to use that money.
Councilman. John Chavez with the Department of Animal Services. We looked at our existing cash budget and looked at the unencumbered amount in the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund. We have enough money in our budget to be able to cover the $400,000 shortfall. We're okay with that. We know it was said to us that this is a one-time reduction. We're able to cover it. We plan on contracting out with a mobile spay and neuter van in the upcoming fiscal year. We'll use some of that money to pay for additional spay and neuter. So we're okay with the reduction for for next year, given that it's considered a one-time reduction.
Yeah, so we're not looking at any cuts in the future. I guess that fund is a little more flush at this moment, but we're not looking at in the next couple of years at doing this again. I would hope.
We hope not.
Okay.
And I don't think the department is expecting a reduction in procedures.
No, we're not.
Okay. One minor line item, there's a $14,000 item on shooting range rentals. Can you explain what that's for?
Good afternoon, John Forland with the Department of Animal Services. Just want to point out that just identifies some ongoing expenses that we've had, and we just wanted to clarify we'll have some funding in that item for protective equipment. We're made aware that all of our animal control officers have protective vests that are out of warranty. And we're reminded that in November, animal control officer in Sacramento took a shotgun blast to the chest and was not wearing protective gear, and it cost him his life. So that's very much on the minds of all of our animal control officers now, and we just owe it to them to get some updated ballistic vests that'll be within warranty. So we've had them before. This is part of an ongoing program to provide that safety equipment. Thank you.
So it's not, it's protective equipment and not target practice.
Exactly. Okay. Our officers are recertified through trainings through the LAPD. We actually send them to their ranges, and they're recertified by LAPD officers.
So is that funded under this item as well?
I don't...
We used to rent the range for target practice. Now the police department provides that without charge.
Very good. That's all I have. I think the department's moving in the right direction, and they're stretched as thin as possible, so I'm glad that we're moving to the right side of that fine line where we just go too far. I mean, tripling the number of cages and having only a tiny increase in staffing, I think, put us in a very dangerous position. So I think this budget will help us get past that.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Just wanted to say a couple things on the equestrian issues and on dog licensing. What is our total dollar on those issues? How many?
I can give you the total number of licenses. You might have the dollars. This year, our sales are up from this fiscal year from 78,754 to 79,701. But somebody here, the CAO's office or one of my people, has the actual number. It's usually it's over $2 million a year, isn't it?
Yes, closer to $2.5 million this year for animal licensing.
Right, and then also, is that all? It's just horses and dogs. And do we require Glendale horses and Burbank horses to have licenses if they ride in L.A.?
No, only if they're housed in L.A. But there has been an extra drive. Matter of fact, we have a special event going on out in Sylmar on May the 19th. It's going to be a big horse day, and it's going to include a lot of licensing because people want to keep their property zoned for horses.
Absolutely, the K District. In fact, we're working with the police department, Mr. CAO. They have a foundation group. I believe it's going to put a ring, if they get approval for the Parks Department, behind the police mounted unit off the North Atwater. And the police, if they need it for training, it's wide open. If the public wants to ride, this is in the river area. How many horses live in the city? Do you know?
I've only heard estimates. I do not know.
Well, what's the estimate? What's your best estimate?
I don't know. People have said 1 million, but I don't know if I believe that.
Oh, I don't think 1 million horses. Maybe 1 million legs of a horse. You know, they got 4, so that could go. But I think it's real important. I think Mr. Alarcon, whose desk I speak at right now, has been a champion for that. But the K districts are very important. Working with the zoning department to make sure they have that. I know in Mandible Canyon, Mr. Rosendahl district, all that's very important. Wildlife has become more wild. I don't know, the drought may have increased that. There were 8 coyotes as close as where, I'm just trying to look where, who we could say to. They were as close as the back door of the city chambers in the Silver Lake, living in a vacant lot. And then they migrate. So I do think there has been a change, Mr. Krikorian, in our automated trash collection, which allows these animals to not find food, so there's a challenge because of that.
Right.
On that. Last thing I want to stand, and I'm just saying this because I'm proud of city employees, and I'm very proud when they live in the city, and I'm very proud when they approach me and tell me anything A to Z. Greg Randall is one of the best employees I know who's dedicated and caring about his profession. He is a wildlife specialist. I know he's in West Valley now. When staffing gets up, you need more Greg or Gregory Randalls or what's the female term for Gregettes? Any man or woman who's in your department who's a wildlife officer is very important. And I think because there's a lot of wildlife in the acreage of Los Angeles, as we heard from the fire chief. And I also wanted to support the statement about the questions Mr. Koretz had. Our officers must be kept protected. There was a vicious attack outside the county, I believe in San Bernardino County just recently, whether it's a dog or another challenged individual. Safety for our employees is number one on that, so I support any payment outreach there. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Greg Randall, though.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Ingrid? Okay.
I'm going to go over to Mr.
I shared Mr. Koretz's concerns regarding and your concerns regarding the spay and neuter program and the potential cuts there. I think that's, one of the worst places that we could find to cut, given the ongoing impacts that failure to spay and neuter will have on the department and on the city and on public safety. And I'm heartened to know that you think that can be backfilled through private sources and the status quo can remain. But I guess I would like to get a report back to the committee on how you plan to do that, because if those efforts should fall short, then I'm concerned that you'll either have to absorb those costs in order to maintain status quo or cut those services. And if the private funding sources, for whatever reason, are not available, I want to make sure that we're able to absorb that cost in a way that will not reduce the number of procedures performed. So if we could have that, come back to us.
And that would be an appropriate use of one-time money to allow for that transition to occur.
Great. And then don't need to go into much depth into it right now. In fact, we won't at all. But if we could also have a report back about your your future goals, so that we can get some sense of metrics here. Your future goals for the next year or so on increasing the number of licenses issued, increasing the number of live releases, volunteer hours, and spay and neuter. So if we can get some figures on those for what you project your goals to be, and then I'd like to know what the department is doing in the context of that report in order to meet those goals. So that's report back, but we don't need to address that right now. So anything else, Mr. Koretz?
Actually, one of the questions I wanted to add was very similar to that. So maybe I'd just add, in context, how are we doing in terms of achieving a no-kill city on the timeline that you're hoping? It's probably easiest to do it the first year. How do we keep it up and get to that point? And in the context of some of the specifics that Mr. Krikorian has asked for. Also, you could either give me the 1-minute version here and give us a report afterwards. How do we think the public-private partnership is working out with Best Friends in the Northeast Valley Shelter? How are we doing in terms of numbers there? How's it affecting our overall numbers? Et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. Well, we can just announce it. We can just talk briefly, and then we can include it back in a report back. In 2012, our goal was to do 3,000 less euthanasias than the year before, and we either hit 3,800 or 4,000. So we were about 25% ahead of our number to reduce the euthanasia, because we had the theory that if we adopted out 3,000 more and killed 3,000 less, that in 5 years we would be to no kill. So we surpassed those goals in 2012, and in this part of the first 9 months of this fiscal year, we have continued to do the same. So it's a good picture right now. But you're right, about year 3.5 or 4, it'll be a little harder uphill.
Indeed. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
and then just as a final point, Ms. Barnett, on that report back with the metrics and longer-term goals, if you could also include in that the budgetary impacts, obviously, of increasing licensure and the additional cost that would be necessary to achieve those goals.
Thank you.
All right. And let's see, did we have any public speakers on animal services? Oh, yes, Cheryl Precy. If I could ask Ms. Precy to come forward again.
Obviously, we are very happy to see the restorations in the Department of Animal Services budget, and I really just wanted to draw your attention to one item. As you recall, we were all collectively successful in averting the layoffs which were proposed in last year's budget. And in that group of layoffs, there were included 7 clerk typists who work for the Department of Animal Services. These are fundamental service providers. I mean, these workers keep the shelters open. They facilitate finding animals, reporting losses, intake, as well as all the processing of adoptions. We've scoured the budget and can't seem to find any funding for these 7 positions, and we really want to be certain that the funding restoration is not lost, so that these workers are safeguarded for this fiscal year.
Okay. Was that a report? Sorry, I was just, I didn't mean to cut you short, but we were just discussing, because that was one of the questions that Mr. Koretz had posed, but just for the sake of clarity of the record, if we could ask that a report come back on those 7 positions regarding their being addressed with the existing 8 unfilled positions. Just what the plan is for how to deal with those 7 positions, that would be an appropriate report back for us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to Recreation and Parks.
I think we're good.
There's not 13.
I don't know what this means. So each year they have an unlimited balance, and this is what their UUFB account like. This is basically their just cash account, their slush fund. So the 7.3 million goes into fiscal year 2011. It's not accounted for because it's not part of this uncommitted balance number. And then the 8.5 rolled into 2012, the 11 million rolled into 2013. So even CAO doesn't have an accounting of how much cash reserves they have. Okay. So they just wanted to know. They just want you to ask, what is the balance of the UUFB account? What is UUFB? What's that direct? I'll try and get the acronym.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Muckery, welcome.
Thank you.
So first, thank you for your appearance, and thank you also for your detailed letter in preparation for today's hearing, which all members should have before you. I appreciate it when we get detailed comments in advance, and that enables us to focus in on what we need to focus in on. But I'm happy to offer the floor to you for a brief opening comment if you'd like.
Thank you, Councilmember. First off, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all my employees who really bear the brunt of all the decisions we make in the department, in this council chamber, and the mayor's office. They've done just a superlative job over the last, well, since I've been general manager in 2004. I can't say enough about them out there. I want to thank the mayor because in this budget, we actually have an influx of one-time money for much-needed infrastructure improvements. And I have with me Mike Scholl, who's our Director of Planning, who can go over what that's going to be used for. But I want to tell you a few simple facts as we get into the discussions. The Department of Recreation and Parks, we benchmark against other agencies. Actually, they benchmark against us more than we use them. We rank 63rd out of the 100 top cities nationally on spending to recreation and parks. For instance, the department in New York City, they spend $166 per resident per year on recreation. Chicago, $158. LA, $59. So we have a very vibrant park system, but per capita spending is not there. We made some decisions over the last few years to add more parkland and more parks to the city, and I know there's going to be questions as to why. We benchmarked the city of LA against other cities. And we looked at the percent of the population within walking distance of a park. Now, we're huge. We're 425 plus square miles, so we're much bigger than Chicago, but 90% of their residents are within walking distance of a park. New York City, 96% of their residents are within walking distance of a park. LA, 52% of our residents are within walking distance of a park. So when we make decisions, we make it based on real hard statistics. This budget, again, continues 4 or 5 years of continued erosion of what we call people dollars for programs, discretionary budget. And this budget also, as you go look at my letter, continues that trend. Even though we have an influx of one-time money, and I'm not going to turn it down, of 11 million plus, we also have to absorb costs associated with self-funding operations and COLA increases that approximate $12 million. So we will continue to support the budget process, and I want to give credit to Miguel and his staff for what they've done over the last few years. It's been tactical decisions to stem the tide of red ink, and they've done an exceptional job. The unfortunate thing is I have a different job in the city. My job is to provide service to the citizens who are the ratepayers and are the constituent group. My other constituent group is my employees, and then third probably in line is the council and the mayor's office in that order. So we will continue to provide service, but understand, everybody that hears my voice has to understand, every negative decision we make, every program we cut is based on budget. 92% of my budget, in one way, shape, or form, goes to labor, pure and simple. And it doesn't take a mathematician to understand that when you make cuts to the $48 million that we've had to absorb in the last few years, it's less people, less boots out on the field. So from there, we can answer any questions. I have Regina Adams here, who is my chief of staff, and Mike Scholl, as I told you, is the director of planning and construction.
Thank you very much. And we can start, why don't we start with Mr. Englander?
Well, thank you for that positive opening. Appreciate it. You've actually have been asked to do a lot more with less than ever before. And you are, because ultimately, while we sit here and we talk about the roles and responsibilities of recreation and parks, it's critically important as it relates to quality of life, as it relates to public safety, as it relates to giving these children and seniors an opportunity after school and on weekends. There are so many elements that go into recreation and parks, as I'm a rec and park family member myself, both on and off the clock. And then this is really important, so I promised my daughter I would share this. She plays at Mason Park in the volleyball league, and they just won undefeated. She came in first place. So we want a memo back on why the other teams couldn't win. All joking aside, the staff, quite frankly, not just the ones we deal with in City Hall, but the ones that are actually working with the public and the kids, care so much and have so much passion for what they're doing and work so closely and so well with the families that they need to be applauded. And there is a lot of positive things to be said. In terms of the budget, there's no question it's been decimated. And I've got some strong concerns over last year. The department was underfunded by $500,000 in routine maintenance. And some of the things that we were hearing, if we didn't fund that last year, were things like deferred maintenance on the bathrooms, the inability to fill it with soap and toilet paper and clean it, even from a sanitary perspective, but just everything else in terms of the relationship they're going to have with the city and the experience going back to use those facilities, the safety elements that go along with it. But we can't defer that type of maintenance. And I understand that while we found and restored in a tough budget last year, that money last year, since it was one-time funding and we put it in place, it's not eliminated, in this year's budget, but it wasn't funded in this year's budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the first report back would be to report on if those same type of cuts or deferred maintenance or routine maintenance, what would that be? And is there an opportunity to restore that maintenance funds, those $500,000 as we did last year, just to maintain the same level we did this year, which was a decrease over the previous year in routine maintenance at these facilities, particularly since you mentioned we've taken on more facilities without the ability for maintenance and operations. So that would be my first request back. As it pertains to also even opening parks, we've opened in my district, Chatsworth Park South, just the rec room. I'd like to look at if the department has the ability to even open it half-time. We've got it open for those who contract for it, but to bring back and relieve some of the pressure off the other parks, if the department had the way to absorb even a half a position or half-time programs at that park, if you could come back with a plan on that or a commitment on that. And then on Oak Ridge State, we're looking at a priority for this year. We've got funds in Quimby, so we don't need the money to do anything further at this point, but we do need to prioritize it in terms of a caretaker on site. And I also wanted to compliment Mike Scholl as well in your department, and Regina and others who have been working with us so closely on so many issues with DTSC and that closed park and facility, but on all the facilities citywide, as it relates to creative thinking and what we had to do in Plum Committee to ensure that you keep funding for sponsorship opportunities at facilities, and what you've been able to bring as a general manager, John, to the table to see us through that, which was very difficult but critically important to make sure the funding is kept, not only the ability to have that, but also to kept within the department. So I appreciate it. I want to recognize you for that effort and leadership as well.
Thank you.
I believe that's, at this point, my only request back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. LeBlanche?
Sure.
Oh, okay, sure. Mr. Kretz.
First, I would agree with the last thing that Mr. Englander said. We've gotten a lot of help from the department. Mike, in particular, has been at every corner of my district helping, so I and my staff greatly appreciate all that. I know the department is projected, even in these tough fiscal times, to generate a little over $41 million in revenue. Are there logical things the City Council can do to help augment that revenue? Any way we can help you find more funds?
We just completed a study with the Boston Consulting Group. I think you're aware of that. In which we looked at both revenue sources, parking primarily, and we looked at cost avoidance, using more solar power. In fact, we have a solar farm going up down in Harbor Regional Park. I cannot think right now where we need any council action to help us look at it. We have a very vibrant group that does nothing but the partnership groups that goes out and works with for-profit, nonprofit, business, and 501c3s to bring in more revenue. And we've had varying degrees of success, but the sheer magnitude of the costs absorbed by this department, I think it's a pipe dream to think that we could bring in even $10 million additional revenue a year. It's not just bringing in more revenue, it's allowing the department to keep that revenue in their discretionary accounts. For instance, today I had to put more of my rangers on overtime for the next 3 days for fire watches throughout the department. So these are unplanned expenditures that we have to do, and I'm not looking to Miguel to find general fund money. to infuse that. I'm just asking that we be allowed to manage our department revenues. So to answer your question, we'll continue to look for other revenue sources, and we'll have some successes, but we're also looking at cost avoidance and more energy conservation and water conservation.
Very good, and I certainly encourage that and have since I've been here. I know we obviously always want more green space, but how do we feel about the 50 Parks initiative in terms of how stretched that will make maintenance and how difficult that may make staffing? Is it going to have a significant impact on you, and should we be continuing to move in this direction?
The simple answer is yes. We'll have to have resources to maintain those spaces, to clean those spaces. Philosophically, I think it's the #1 initiative for this department to add more green space at this time. These are very small footprint parks throughout the city that have a major multiplying effect on the quality of life in these communities. We, as a city, I told you the statistics, 53% of our citizens live within walking distance of a park. The other statistic is per 1,000 residents, we have 1 playground. Most other cities have 8, 9, or 10. So we're under-resourced in various communities. These parks are going into the most neediest parts of the city of Los Angeles, where parks are needed. I think it's critical that we continue on this course. Now, maintenance. Mike and I and others have designed these around new technology. Self-locking gates at the end of the day, solar-powered lighting. We use resilient surfaces instead of sand. And we put our maintenance staff on a route. So we don't have a maintenance staff at one park. They do multiple parks. If we don't see any further cuts, it'll stretch us. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat this. But I think not doing it would be the wrong way to go in the future.
Do you think we can do these additional parks within existing resources, or is it going to cost us more, and how much more do you think it'll cost us?
That question is a two-edged sword, meaning that we need more parkland in the various areas. We're at a tipping point now. Do we continue to fund as many programs as we do on the recreation side? Do we focus on the open space aspect and have parks? Do we enter into more partnerships going on? I would like to see a moratorium on any more indirects for this department. We've taken our fair share. Having said that, it will stretch us. We will have to look at our hiring practices as a department, as a city. There's so many answers to that question. Right now, the managing hiring process does not work for Rec and Parks. I'll be honest with you. I understand the need for it, but right now, I can't hire brand new, least cost, most productive employees. So right now, we've stopped the influx of people that will do that type of work. I think we have to continue adding these parks. I cannot see us legacy-wide, emotional-wide, not doing this, even though it's going to cause us problems. It could cause us problems in the future on the maintenance side. But we're trying to design the parks around that.
And I wonder how much we've looked at moving our approach to Quimby funds a little bit. Is there a way to legally broaden the geographic area where they could be used? I know in my district, if I were able to do that, I could put the money into some locations that more desperately need it, and otherwise we've probably spent money on things that are not quite as high a priority because we could only work within a certain geographic area.
Your question is very, very poignant right now. Yes, I'm not an attorney, but I believe the Quimby law allows you to do. The Quimby law in the state of California says in close proximity to the collection point. The city ordinance that determined the radius is what we need to look to expand. Right now we have a lot of areas in the city where there's a lot of development. but very few of those areas allow us to spend the money to either enhance a park or buy parkland. So we are 100% behind expanding that radius. The money will still be used for parks and parks purposes directly, but we've actually asked and are working with the planning department. We worked with council on trying to get planning to relook on the open space plan and the Quimby ordinance to give us more flexibility. Quimby money, developmental fees, can only be used for acquisition and capital improvements. So there's no, I just want to make that clear. That wasn't part of your question, but it can't be used to offset costs for individuals or
No,
maintenance.
of course not. So anything the council needs to be doing, or is this on track through the existing process?
I believe, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, we have been working with the planning department. I know the planning department is stretched thin. We've been working with them on various other areas. I'm not going to speak for the head of planning, but I believe he would do it if he had the funding and the resources to make this happen.
Okay, well, if you need council intervention and a motion made or anything like that, let me know. I'd certainly offer to do that, but it sounds like it's tracking on its own.
If I could...
Well, on that point, I think it's important enough that I would like to ask you to provide a report back to this committee on the your proposal as to how it might be feasible to use Quimby funds in a broader way than is currently done, and what options we may have in order to do that. I think it's very important in all of our districts in order to provide equity, and I know equity has been one of your principal goals, Mr. Muckery, since you've led this department, and to great effect, by the way. And I think in continuing down that road, we should have the greatest degree of latitude possible.
We'll get that report.
I just have a couple of quick questions. Okay. You can continue to work on your notes if necessary, Mr. LeBlanc. First, one of the points you raised in your letters was the reduction in class parks funding and your request for restoration of the $900,000. Can you speak to the service impacts that would come from that reduction, please?
Correct. Regina probably has the exact number. As you know, the Clean and Safe Space program class was developed after a very tragic murder that happened in the Valley. We were asked by the then mayor, I was not the general manager, to come up with a plan to get kids, the most vulnerable kids, off the street and put them in programs in the park that we have the staff there, we're monitoring them, et cetera, et cetera. What this means is we will cut out a large percentage of those class programs. So we will not have a stopgap program in place. These were all geographically mapped to mirror the cities in need with the highest crime rate. So it's a program that we do not want to cut, but when we look at a decreased budget, we have to make tough choices. And unfortunately, that class parks program was one of the ones that we felt if we have to give up something and maintain core services, that's one. But we would like to see that money restored.
All right, so just so that I don't lose sight of that in this process, if I could ask for a report back on the service impact losses from the reduction of that program, that would be helpful. There is funding in this budget for 2 pools, improvement, very necessary deferred maintenance and upkeep on 2 swimming pools. You don't need to answer now, but I'd also like to get a report back on what other pools throughout the city are in similar state of disrepair and what would be the budgetary needs that you'd have to be able to bring those up to standards as well. There were 2 specific requests that I got for reports from other members, from Councilmember Perry about Trinity Park and Councilmember Huizar about San Julian Park. I'll provide those to you in written form later for reports back. Mr. LeBlanc mentioned the other day and again this morning this issue of chargebacks, and that's usually central to any discussion about recreation and parks in recent years. I would like to have a better understanding of the legal latitude that this city has for working with the Department of Water and Power and the various city departments, most especially Recreation and Parks, to provide relief from those chargebacks, whether it's a differential rate or any other legal basis that we have to do that. I want to have a better understanding of that, and so I'd like you, Mr. Muckery, to work with the CAO's office and the city attorney to provide a report back to this committee as to the degree of latitude that the council has or that the department has in at least relieving some of the burden of the chargebacks on our city departments. And then finally, on the department's UUFB, I'd like to have a report back. You don't need to answer now, but I'd like to have a report back on what the current status of the UUFB is and an accounting over the last 2 years of what has gone in and what has gone out of the UUFB. And I think that's all on my list. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. Biggest issue is the challenge of meeting the needs. And I just say this from a historic perspective. I truly believe if you look at the history of the city, in 1930, 90% of the people lived in single-family homes. Most homes had a front yard and a backyard. Certain parts of the city were built faster than others. I think the poorest part of the city is the Wilshire-Hollywood corridor, where there was rapid expansion to the west, and there's not the parks. And it's interesting to look at that history. And then as it develops, what stepped up, to meet the needs? The Department of Parks and Playgrounds, I think, and the Department of Recreation then merged in 1947, on and on. And I remember you mentioned the story and the tragedy in the Valley. There's been a series of stories and tragedies. I know in Orange County they had needles in sandboxes, and that started a whole new thing. And I don't know if there's any correlation between the challenges that we face in our community and then you have a variety of restaurants, McDonald's and otherwise, develop play places because the parents felt they were cleaner and safer, because of that situation. So much. You have all the physical fitness. One of my mentors, the late great Milt Davis, who grew up in South LA, went to Jefferson High and played for the Baltimore Colts. Great game in '58, 4-year All-Pro. He got his chance to play pro football because he played in South Park. They didn't go to a gym, what I'm saying. Now there's all these other competing recreational issues, but you're left to help everybody as the mission of what J. Griffith said, the park for all the masses. I just got to find a way to help because you're our front door, you're our back door, you're our community where people go and celebrate in so many ways. The chargebacks are a big issue. I'm a big fan of Water and Power, but I'm talking to their city attorneys up there and want to get a healthy discussion going, Mr. CAO, because we got to figure it out because they shouldn't be. The same water that comes down from the Owens Valley, it comes here, and why do we stick them? And at the same time, why, and I don't want to charge Water and Power for anything either, but the last 3 years, 4 years, Mike, there's been a 96-inch needed river supply conduit water line for the city. There's been no charge. Sanitation has to put a line into the southern part of Griffith Park from the Glendale, Los Angeles plant in North Atwater next to the Central Service Yard. They're going to go through your park that you're to maintain, but there's no easement. If it was Edison or PG&E or somebody else, there'd be a franchise fee. And in other cities, I know Water Power pays Inyo County and Kern County the fees that go along with it. So we have to look at that. And that's why I believe in the transfer so much, and I thank Water Power for the transfer. Make sure they transfer enough or find a rate that makes them, I understand meters, because meters are important. It tells us what our use is. At the same time, have that, there. So we all got that. That's a big issue I think we're going to work on. And Mr. Krikorian, thank you for asking that more eloquent question. Bigger issue is is the LA Unified and the Los Angeles Community College District and ourselves all have improved our facilities in some ways. Joint use. If I was running for the third floor corner office, I'd say I want to really have a joint use commission that helps bring it together, because it doesn't always happen. Same people's money. Whether it's a school or a park, it's the same people's money, the county and the city of Los Angeles. So how do you see joint use, John? Because you've always tried. I know we've had conversation, but please give me your background, because I think this would be an initiative that we should work on, Mr. Chair. John.
Well, we have hundreds of joint use already in place. The unfortunate thing is most of the joint use agreements were entered into in better financial times. The city, we had $170, $160 million of discretionary monies. We absorbed a lot of the costs for LA Unified using their spaces. We provided lifeguards, we provided coaches, we paid for it. Right now, we can no longer pay for it, but at the same time, Los Angeles Unified School District is facing the same budget crisis, and they can't. So we're kind of at an impasse. They have facilities, we have a need, we can't afford it. It boils down to money.
Has to be solved somehow, some way on that. Rangers. Over the years, there was up to, I think, 34 rangers. Now we're down to well under 20. This last year, under the mayor's direction, the General Services Department, which used to be a good additional arm of security for parks, has been amalgamated into the regular police force. What is happening there on that transfer? Is that working? And two, how can we get more rangers? Because, Mr. CEO, I'm looking at you. If you build a building on a piece of land, you're going to assign 12 people there, because the park director 2, park director 3, et cetera, et cetera. If it's just land, you don't assign anybody. Yeah, we got a lot of wild land, and we need to have it cared for and rangers to protect it. Yes.
Well, there's so many different answers to that question, too. First and foremost, I did support the consolidation of both OPS, Office of Public Safety, shortly after 9/11, and I felt we didn't go far enough, and we needed to consolidate with the Los Angeles Police Department because of their command and control, and they have more of them. We are right now finalizing a memorandum of understanding with the Los Angeles Police Department, although to be honest with you, I'm baffled as to the reason why we even need one, as it was directed by the council that they would assume parks safety. We are real close. We understand, both of us understand the roles and responsibilities. As it pertains to the rangers that are embedded still within the Department of Recreation and Parks, again, most of the decisions we have to make are based on budget. And obviously the rangers took a disproportionate hit. We did not add any more rangers. But I'm working right now trying to bring on a volunteer ranger program, especially in fire patrols. That should leverage some of the resources, but I don't think it stops the bleeding. The rangers provide a lot more than a nice uniform. They're the ones jump-starting cars. They do everything. And we have two large parks, Griffith Park and O'Melveny Park, that probably need a better ranger presence there, or we'll have downstream problems with other activities.
Mr. CIO, sitting next to you is the guy who has probably more volunteers than anybody as coaches, and it's been a great arm. And I know as a parent at Pan Pacific Park, that was a great time. I wish I was there right now, with the coaching. But the issue that he just mentioned, which is something I've always wanted, which I'm glad I finally hear it, is the LAPD has reserves. We're going to have ranger reserves. Let's have a program. Let's try to get 5 or 10 and help out, just to start out. If we could follow the LAPD model, but they're unarmed rangers, which would be a very strong point. And docents. Lastly, I just wanted to close on two things. River issues. Mr. Reyes has been a champion for the river. Unfortunately, there's term limits. Who is going to stand up and take over the river? And you've done great parks near the river. I'm not talking about the water in the river, but on the land. You don't have to answer the question, but I think philosophically, Mr. CAO, they've done so much work on the river. I know our city engineer is very involved, but who is going to say, this is our chance? Transportation, build a bikeway, but you guys have to maintain it, or now a contract, whatever it is. That's just a question to be asked. And lastly, for 1 minute, although you should take more, what is Record Parks, which does a great job. The best luncheon to go to is the 90 plus, Mr. CAO. I'll take you next year. You'll be 1 year closer to 90. But it's the greatest thing. What are we doing for our seniors, and what are we not doing for our seniors because of our challenges?
And I have to say that the best part of that event, the best part about that event is when Tom LaBonge sings Elvis.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, again, it's one of the priorities in the department, and it's an equity issue. We provide services where there are no other services.
Right.
And so the senior programs are a priority within this department, and we'll continue to fund. You mentioned volunteers. We have over 25,000 registered volunteers in the Department of Recreation and Parks. I know that there's a lot of competing priorities and things, but I can assure you seniors will not, that'll be probably one of the last ones we touch. Obviously, I have a vested interest in that.
Got it. John, lastly, just mention your park foundation. I'm sitting down now.
Well, the Los Angeles Parks Foundation was started about 4 years ago. Commission President Barry Sanders kick-started that. Judith Kiefer is our director. The foundation was found to bring in much-needed revenue for new programs for the Department of Recreation Parks. They were not established to undertake normal city requirements. So if we needed a mounted ranger unit, what they did, they fully funded that. They bought the horses, they bought the tack, they did the training. And there's other new programs that they will do fundraising for.
Okay, I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yes, just one thing that I was asked to ask on behalf of Mr. Rosendahl, who was wondering whether or not Venice Beach could be considered in the future as a line item or a standalone budget unit similar to Griffith Park or Expo Center, since it's a great source of visitors and film shoots and special events and all kinds of programming, with Muscle Beach and the Oceanfront Walk, and difficult in maintaining restrooms and the world famous skate plaza and everything else that's going on there. Is there some way to get a report back on the feasibility of making that such an area?
I cannot see any reason why we couldn't look into that. Basically, we budget around Venice Beach the same way we would any other standalone.
Can I second his motion for the Department of Muscle Beach?
No, I mean, it wasn't my suggestion, but I happen to think it's a great idea. And honestly, whenever I have visiting relatives from out of town, that's one of the first places we take them to is Venice Beach for a walk along. Although once in a great while, an underage kid may get solicited by a marijuana establishment asking to write them a prescription. But other than that, it's always a good experience. So if we could ask for that report back.
Yes.
One final thing before we go to the public speakers. I also had a couple of requests for report backs reports back from Councilmember-elect Bonin that actually track what we've asked earlier about the chargebacks. But there are a couple of additional nuances that I'd like to add to that report based on his request. That is, we should also include in that report a list of unreimbursed or only partially reimbursed services that Recreation and Parks provides to those other departments in which there are chargebacks taking place that might serve as offsets, as Mr. LaBonge was suggesting earlier. We should also include in that report back the steps that the department is taking, either with or without the support of the Department of Water and Power, to achieve greater sustainability and efficiency with regard to water use and electricity use in particular. And then, and I think that would, with those additions, I think that would pretty much complete that report.
We will be happy to report back on that, but I'd be remiss, since we brought up Department of Water and Power. They've been a very strong, vibrant partner with us, both on the water side. They actually fund our water saving, and now on the power side, working with Mike to bring in more solar power into the parks. So they've worked very well with us. I have no complaints with the Department of Water and Power on supporting us.
Wouldn't mean to suggest otherwise. It's just that this is an important partnership, and I think this committee is going to play an important role in figuring out how we make that partnership most effective for the continued sustainability of our park system. Mr. Koretz.
It's one more question which I forgot to ask. Rec and Parks has done a good job managing by implementing full cost recovery at some of the recreation centers. Although I hear that some of them are struggling and not necessarily able to cover their costs. So how do we deal with that? How are they doing financially? What do we do with the ones that are struggling and aren't able to meet the full cost recovery?
First off, I don't think we have, even though we call it cost recovery, it's not full cost recovery. We asked those centers that come from areas of the city that can support and afford programs at our cost, that they fund their direct labor. We take all indirect costs from those centers. We work, Regina works, she's a magician at working the financial status report internal to the department, whether I want it or not. Every other week I get a report on all our accounts, where the money's going, where it isn't, and those areas where we are a little behind in our revenues. We work with them. And we try to give each director, and I'm going to continue to do this, more flexibility in raising funds. The proviso being those areas that can afford it, that's their revenue stream. Those that can't, we subsidize those to the maximum degree. So to answer your question, we will not let any center go under if they can't meet some arbitrary revenue target.
So we're keeping close watch on this so nobody really falls apart.
Regina and I meet at least weekly, but every other week I get a bona fide report financial on every single account. And I'm proud to say I have not yet once gone into the red at this city or on my military side on budget issues. Not once. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. We need relief from the managed hiring process. It doesn't work. I know it works for those, but right now I need to bring in low-cost employees, and that you'll see a big improvement in a lot of those areas. You mentioned the prep program at restrooms. These are the people that do that work.
I wonder if there's some way that we can ask for that kind of relief now and ask the CAO if there's any way to provide that.
Well, to clarify, this year the managed hire has approved 2,242 positions. There's one position that's currently being held by managed hiring, one that was returned due to insufficient justification, and one still under CAO review. So of the far majority, 99% of all the positions that have been submitted to managed hiring have been approved.
Now, is some of the question about speed in doing so, I would imagine?
Well, it's not speed that just speaks for itself. If 99% are approved, then that's a redundant effort that we don't need in the city. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to follow Mr. Koretz. What you brought up is so important. It's going to be hot today. It's going to be hot next month. They got pools to open, but if they got to go a process and they don't get the right number of staff at a pool, they don't open the pool. So is there a possibility to have a window? Let's say it's between April and, because you have a lot of seasonal work. Is that correct, John? Right now you need to hire people.
That's correct.
So let's say between March to the higher summer job. If you could actually look at something where you do that, maybe if it's a person inside a building that's doing administrative work, we're going to be a little tougher. But you want to get people to serve. So, Mr. Koretz, you prompted me that idea. If you figure out a window, Mr. CAO, or Madam CAO, that you would allow people to do that, because it's nothing disappointing when we have a pool that's not open because we don't have the staffing.
I would even go further. I will be happy to work with the CAO and CLA to give you a list of those positions recurring every year.
Right.
In a month we have to hire them, so we know we need lifeguards, we need these programmers that are going to run our camps, and we start in March, hiring and training. And so far it hasn't been an issue, but I can see downstream is we need to make commitments to these kids early on to make sure that they're working for us starting in May and June.
Right, I think that's real important. And also, Karen, I wanted to say, in the budget is the 6th day for the observatory? Is that in the budget?
Look, I made some choices in the past, and one of them was we closed the observatory an extra day. I think we need to look at it again. I need to fund those positions because the schools depend
Right,
on
I
the
will fund
observatory.
it with our 1290 money, no matter what the state says. Okay, I want the 6th day. We spent $95 million to open the observatory. And one of the greatest speech that was made that day, Mr. Kokoyan, was not by Dr. Krupp or the mayor or me, but a child from a school who said to Dr. Krupp, 95 million, that's what it costs? Isn't it 95 million miles to the sun? And so it is. So with that, we have to keep that open 6 days a week. So let me know. I want to help on that.
No, that is actually the observatory. We didn't discuss it, but it is a priority that we find the funds to do
I'll
this.
find them.
All right. All right.
And if I could just comment on the
It could be
managed
92 million, so I'll get corrected by Dr. Brown.
on the managed
It
hiring.
depends, and the distance to the sun depends on the season as well, right? So that's true. Ms. Calfine.
I think that the managed hiring committee has tried to work with departments to address those kinds of needs, and I think we're all open to continuing that and trying to find ways of making that process work for departments like this who have seasonal needs and need approvals. And so I think we're working on that, and I think we want to continue to do that.
Very good. Well, with that, Mr. Mucker, you've heard me say it every time you've ever appeared at a park in my district. I just want to thank your staff and the men and women who work for the Recreation and Parks Department for really doing an amazing job of keeping these services going despite tremendous challenges and budget cuts that you've endured. And we could say that of every one of our departments, I suppose, but the people are so impacted by what you do. And I've said many times that Recreation and Parks also is fundamental to public safety. And so thank you for all the work that you've done and that your people have done to keep things going. You've also been aided considerably by our community and the people who support our parks, and I think we have many of them here today to speak. So thank you very much. That gives me a segue to bring up the public to speak, and we're going to start with Steve Soberoff, followed by Daphne Sue. Mr. Soberoff, welcome.
Hi. In the last 20 years, I've been in this room 3 times for really important things. One was Staples Center, the other was Playa Vista, and the third is this. What I hear today is not what's happening. What's happening today, I went to the Clipper game last night, and there's all these players in the NBA, and they all are great buddies. But when they play, they duke it out for the same thing. And that's what happens here, too. The difference between there and here is there's a set of rules that applies to everybody. The same set of rules doesn't apply to Recreation and Parks. So what happens is, because of these chargebacks, over $40 million a year, let me tell you what's happening. I mean, we're talking about like things are going okay. Eliminate child license care. Eliminate therapeutic specialized service, all citywide sports tournaments, close the observatory 28% of the time. My foundation gave $5 million to the observatory. You tell me why we're going to be closing it? There's 35 other things that are happening. Cut swimming pool hours, cut recreation, cut senior programs. There's 38 of them. 38 of them. We're talking about like things are okay. Things aren't okay. Come move to Los Angeles, where we're reducing parks programs, where we reduce summer bus trips. Come bring your friends to Los Angeles, where there's only park rangers at 1 park out of 400. Have your friends open a business in Los Angeles where all the summer camps have been shut down, where there's not soap and toilet paper in the bathrooms. That's what these chargebacks are doing, because the rules aren't the same. So what's happened already is unacceptable. They have to be put back. Let John charge. If the rules are going to be the same, then he should charge for easements.
Okay.
But the issue is, last statement, We talked about New York, and we talked about Chicago. One thing that's the same in all three cities is shell games are illegal. And this is a shell game because you increase the budget and then you increase the chargebacks. You can't
So we're going to be getting a report back on the chargebacks. That's going to be part of these hearings, and we'll have a greater opportunity when we have that before us to discuss that at length. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Sobroff. And if
B to John's letter, which is excellent.
very good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daphne Sue, followed by Cheryl Parisi.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Daphne Sue. I'm with the City Project. The City Project, Amigos de los Rios, Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council's Environmental Justice Task Force, Asian and Pacific Islander Obesity Prevention Alliance, Policy Link, and Prevention Institute. We all support funding for parks and park programs, and with a compliance and equity plan in place to ensure that benefits and burdens are distributed fairly for all. I thank you for already acknowledging the equity issue in the parks and park programs. The mayor's proposed budget continues to take money away from the Department of Recreation and Parks. The department is charged for water and electricity, waste collection, and to reimburse the general fund. We ask that the department not be charged for these items. Increasing access to parks would help Los Angelenos lead a healthier life. It's been shown that people within a walking distance of parks are more likely to get daily recommended levels of physical activity. You should have a letter in front of you by us which shows you that children of color with no access to cars living in poverty have the worst access to parks in LA. Please consider them when you think about the proposed budget. Thank you.
And that letter is being distributed to each of us now. Thank you very much for providing a letter for future reference to all members of the public. Written testimony is very welcome, and you can often get into much greater detail than we can during the limited time that we have for the oral public testimony. So thank you for being with us. Our next speaker is Cheryl Parisi, followed by Wendy Legaki.
Thank you. When the mayor's staff presented this budget, they talked about trying to restore services to children. Mr. Chairman, you personally spoke of parks as being a fundamental aspect of public safety. Yet this budget, I think in an unconscionable way, takes services away from the most underprivileged children in our communities by removing $1.68 million from parks at all of the housing developments. These are children in the most need in our city of Los Angeles, and this budget eliminates funding so that recreation and park services at those facilities will be removed. That is unconscionable. Those funds must be restored. Recreation and Parks has provided services to children in those developments since they were built. It's been an historic commitment, and we believe that this retreat from that commitment is unacceptable. In addition, $900,000 has been cut from the Class Parks program. Again, these are services geared toward kids in the after-school hours, middle school and high school kids, keeping them out of trouble, off the streets, engaged in homework support, cultural activities, sporting activities. These are fundamentally important programs. We ask that these dollars be restored.
And that was one of the reports that I asked for back on the $900,000. I had actually meant, and thank you for the reminder, Ms. Parisi, I had meant to discuss the HACLA site issue. If we could also include in our list of reports back how programming and maintenance would be different if those services are provided by a nonprofit entity other than the city, and what will happen to city employees assigned to programming and maintenance of those HACLA sites as well, if we can include that in our reports back as well. Thank you, Ms. Parisi. Next speaker, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the last name, Wendy Legaki. Okay, thank you. Who will be followed by Ronnie Solman.
My name is Wendy Legaki. I live in Mount Washington, and I'm representing the Glassell Park Pool, which unfortunately I've just found out is being cut again for after Labor Day. I just want to tell you that this pool gets people who are swimmers from Reyes's district, Labange's district, Huizar's district, and Garcetti's district as well. We also have people coming from Glendale because this is the only outdoor pool in the area. So we're getting a large number of people coming. We fought it being closed last year, and since then we've had several block parties. We're working with the partnership to try and find money for people to donate to the pool, and we're about ready to go out into the neighborhood and start an active search for money. We also have an emailing list of at least 300 passionate swimmers who are going to be hysterical when they find out this pool has been closed. Please consider keeping this pool open. The seniors need it, the kids need it, everybody needs it to stay healthy. And see, I can walk tall because I swim a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronnie Solman, followed by John Perez.
Hi, as you can see, I also am a Glassell Pool supporter. I'm a resident of CD14. My name is Ronnie Solman. We've heard, as Wendy just mentioned, that the pool is going to close after Labor Day again, as it did last year, but somehow CD13 won and 13, 14, and 1 all found some money, or, well, they actually directed the Aquatics Division and RAP to please shift funds so that they could keep the 3 pools that were being closed for year-round to keep them open. So now what's happened is, because of budget cuts, they really can't keep them open again, and so they're going to close them after Labor Day. You know, from your own study with UCLA, we know that LA is only getting hotter. January, you could have a 90-degree days, just like you do in July, and there's nothing more wonderful than swimming in that outdoor pool at Glassell. We have a Swim for Health program. Wendy and I are going around and fundraising to try to raise money for the pool, but we really ask the city to somehow come up with about $470,000 to keep Glassell Pool open throughout the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is John Perez, followed by Deborah George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of this commission and members of the council. My name is John Perez. I represent People for Parks. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working at Jordan Downs, Nickerson Gardens, and Imperial Courts to run sports programs in conjunction with the Department of Recreation and Parks, where we take students and put them on different teams from their own housing projects so that they're all mixed up. They learn that the other students in the other housing projects are not their enemies but their friends. We also have opened 2 small community parks which are open to the public on weekends and a summer vacation in conjunction with the LA Unified School District at Vine Street Elementary in Trinity. But People for Parks is most concerned about the chargebacks. We kind of see this as Robin Hood in reverse. If we had a more vibrant recreation department, we could open more community school parks. We could go into more recreation centers and do the exact same things that we're doing at these 3 places. So please restore the thin green line of parks to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Deborah George, followed by Yasmin Milan.
Hi, I'm Deborah George. I'm the Parks Advocate with the Encino Neighborhood Council. I'm just here to reinforce that in the eyes of the citizens, Recreation and Parks is a vital department to the City of Los Angeles. Our parks enhance both quality of life and the concept of a healthy city. Deep financial cuts to Recreation and Parks with the resultant worn and run-down parks, class cuts, and closed facilities does not create a city that can attract or even keep the type of industries that we need. Everyone acknowledges our budget challenges. I request that the importance of the Recreation and Parks Department not be overlooked in setting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Yasmin Milan, followed by Gisela Carrera. And Blanca Marquez. Is Blanca Marquez here?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yasmin Millán.
Good afternoon, my name is Yasmin Millán.
Yo vengo del Parque Trinity Park.
I'm here representing Trinity Park.
Somos del grupo de Mothers and...
She's coming from the group of Trinity Park Mothers in Action.
Bueno, la razón por la que estamos aquí es porque queremos que nos ayuden para mejorar el parque, el área de recreación de los niños, ya que el área es arena y queremos que ese lugar es muy peligroso para los niños porque hay personas que tiran botellas de vidrio en esa área y es peligroso para
Momentito por traducción.
So what she's saying is she's here requesting some more funding to be given to Trinity Park. Unfortunately, it's very deteriorated in the playground area. It's full of sand that unfortunately has been found to have broken glass bottles, needles from drug addicts who visit the park regularly.
El área también de recreación de los niños no tiene una sombra para protección del sol para los niños y también eso quisiéramos que lo tuviera.
There is also a lack of shading in the area where the children play, and that's something that they would like to request because the park has, it's very scarce in terms of trees, so there's rarely any shade anywhere.
Y también el parque no tiene bancas o mesas para que las familias de los niños, las familias tengan un lugar donde estar con sus hijos.
The park also has no tables or any type of seating for the families that visit the park as well.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perry has submitted a letter regarding Trinity Park, which we'll be submitting for reports back to the department.
Hello, my name is Gisela Carrera. I'm the person that follows Yasmin. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I'm here to request that full funding for Trinity Park be evaluated by Recreation and Park and the CLA. This community, I'm currently the social worker at San Pedro Elementary, which is the elementary school of that neighborhood. And this community really lacks a huge resource of recreation. There's no activities that involve any sports. There are no activities in the areas of arts, music, or dance. We have no after-school or summer programs available for our families to be able to refer them to. And we're seeing more and more that childhood obesity and, the poor social emotional skills of children is really impacting their academic performance. I think if we had a community park whose recreational center offered these types of stimulating experiences for our children and adolescents, it would really make a huge difference in their health and their academic endeavors. Currently, the park is an empty space that attracts a lot of the bad people of the neighborhood, drug addicts, gang-affiliated members, and these women are really fighting against that, trying to not, change what this park is currently. And what we really want to ask is that you do consider the request of Councilwoman Perry and giving more funding to Trinity Park so that this park can really become a safe haven and full of opportunities for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blanca Marquez, followed by Nelida Maldonado.
Hi, my name is Blanca Marquez, and I'm here representing Trinity Park. And I want to talk about programs that Trinity Park used to have like 3 or 4 years ago. And unfortunately, it doesn't have it anymore because of budget cuts. And our kids are being affected because they don't have those activities anymore. I have a list what they had before. They have a teen club for ages 11 through 17. They have after-school programs, summer day camp. They also have basketball, football, baseball for teens, and volleyball. This park used to have also a program called LA Kids Classes. And these programs, the kids learn different activities, for example, dancing classes, gymnastics, arts and crafts, cooking classes, and right now we have nothing of these amazing activities. That's why we are here today asking for funding for our Trinity Park to bring back this program for our children so they can enjoy and experience new activities, and so they can also stay out of trouble and focusing in something positive. Please support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nelida Maldonado, followed by Alejandra Altamirano.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nelida Maldonado, and I'm representing of Trinity Park Mothers for Action, and I'm here because the park needs the money for activities for the kids and for the safety. We need sports and after-school programs for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alejandra Altamirano, followed by Wendy Ramayo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alejandra, and I'm representing Trinity Park Mothers of Action. The reason why I'm here is because we really need this budget for our kids in the community. We need to bring activities to the park. That way we keep our kids busy, out of trouble, of course, out of the streets. 3 years ago, there was summer camp, football, basketball. Now there's nothing, any activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Ramayo, followed by Jim McQuiston.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here today to speak in support of Councilwoman Perry's request for a report back on all available funding to restore park programs at Trinity Park. When children cannot engage in outdoor activity, it doesn't just impact their physical health. It affects their brain development, school performance, and emotional well-being. Trinity Park and the Trinity neighborhood deserves a fully functioning park. It's located in one of the most under-resourced communities in South LA, and it serves the youth of Santee a few blocks away, which has serious gang crime. Everyone in this room knows the most effective and cost-effective strategy for improving park safety is increasing utilization, structured programming, and community engagement. And that is not what's happened at Trinity Park. Defunding has dismantled this park and cost the city and its other departments like LAPD more money in arrests for youth, which has an incredible human toll. I'm here to support these mothers that you just heard and ask that you consider Councilwoman Perry's motion for the children of Trinity Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that will be one of the reports back that this committee will be receiving. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, followed by Glenn Dake.
Jim McQuiston. One of the things that I recommended many years ago is to put $30 million aside and start buying property where it was pretty heavily occupied right now. And if we'd done that, we could have put some parks where we really need them. And we don't have that money now, but we have to do that. We have to do that. Now, just this last 2 months, we lost our swimming pool in Hollywood, lost it completely. It's now just nothing but bare ground, flat ground. And when I look across the street at this park over here and think of how many millions we spent on that park, and it's not even level. You can't kick a soccer ball on that field. We've got to have more sports-oriented things because that's why people need it. They learn teamwork. They need that they can exercise and get tired, and then they don't get into mischief. And that's what we're lacking severely. We have 50% parks maybe in this town where we can walk to them. They're all in the San Fernando Valley. You go around the valley and you find parks everywhere. You walk around Hollywood. We need 100 parks in Hollywood to walk to. Think of it.
Thank you.
That's unbelievably bad.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for the record, the Hollywood Park pool is coming back. Just mentioned it's under construction, Jim. It's not going to be a parking lot. That's a new pool going there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Glenn Dake. I'm on the boards of the LA Neighborhood Land Trust and the LA Community Garden Council. And I'd like to observe that the level of resources we've given to the Parks Department this year, net of the chargebacks, is not adequate. We need an additional increment of money for the following year, for the coming year. The idea that we're going to reduce the class parks program, or that is an extra, is a ridiculous idea. That program was born when one of our board members, Helen Johnson, confronted Mayor Reardon when he did a press conference in her park, and she pointed a finger at him and said, this is not good enough for our neighborhood. And he saw the reason for having enhanced services at parks in South LA in particular, and at troubled neighborhoods throughout LA. And I urge you to take control of this issue and net better funding to the parks in the coming year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for what you do for our parks. That concludes the discussion of recreation and parks, unless any member has any other questions.
Committee members, Regina Adams, Executive Officer, Recreation and Parks. I just wanted to follow up on the comments that we've heard from the public here, which were right on as far as what's happening to the Department of Recreation and Parks. One of the things, and I just wanted to comment on the letter that we did present to you, because we did put a lot of work into that, because we wanted to provide a lot of information to you. One of the things that is not sustainable for the Department of Recreation and Parks is going forward the way our budget is currently laid out. One of the things especially that we presented to you in our attachment B shows that in the past we used to get 100% of our funds, and we were able to apply that to providing programs and services to the city residents. Now if you look at our proposed budget for the next fiscal year, we only have about 67% of those funds for us to be able to do that, because right off the top 25% goes back to us paying chargebacks for our water and electricity costs, for our trash costs, as well as for us to pay for part of the benefit costs for our employees. As you know, also a couple of years ago we took all of our golf employees, about 400 employees, full and part-time, we took them totally offline, and they are now responsible for bringing in enough revenue to cover all of their costs and provide $1 million back to the department to continue to provide services. Also, what is not sustainable is for these last 2 fiscal years where we've been treated differently than other departments, although we've taken cuts just like all the other departments because of the recession, one of the things that we were treated differently, besides the chargeback, which is now approaching $50 million, so even though you see our budget at $194 million, $50 million right off the top is for chargebacks. The other thing is that we have to self-fund at this proposed budget for the next fiscal year $7 million of our own budget. That is essentially a cut. The things that the public is talking about are exactly the things that you will continue to see as we move forward, because we can't sustain this. As far as the pools, the 3 pools that were supposed to be taken offline this fiscal year, it was LaSalle Park, it was Hubert Humphrey Park, as well as Peck Park. Those pools will go offline again after Labor Day. Of course, we'll have them open for the summer, but the funding has not been returned for us to continue to have those pools remain open, and that's what the 2 speakers were talking about. It costs us over about $1.5 million to keep those 3 pools on a year-round schedule, but we can't do that. The other thing is, as we're talking about for the public, as far as class parks, these are programs that are very important to the teens throughout the city, but we cannot continue to have those at the levels that we've had them. What we're presenting to you, and we want to make sure everyone understands, is we are here and we are charged with providing all of these wonderful services to the City of Los Angeles residents, but going forward, the Department of Recreation and Parks will probably become less of recreation and more of just providing passive activities for the residents of the City of Los Angeles. We cannot continue to do this. We understand that there are challenges here for all the departments as well as for us, but we are going to have to look at different ways of how we're going to be able to provide that service. There are some things that's going to be needed. We're possibly going to have to do some fee increases and charge, for the minors right now, where it's free for them to come to our pools. We're probably going to have to start instituting some fees for that. As far as for the, as you know, we just recently went through some things about fees for the community gardeners and so forth. We just want to make sure that everyone understands, and the reason we put together our report is to let everybody understand and know that we are doing everything, and we've thought outside the box. And in our attachment A, we show a lot of the services that we no longer provide, but it will also continue to increase in the future.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the thorough report. It'll be considered in great detail. That concludes Recreation and Parks. Did you have any other comments from the mayor's staff or CAO?
The only thing I was going to say is that for anyone who ever questioned why we needed Measure A, I think we just got the exhibit of it. We just heard about that earlier today.
That ship has sailed, Mr.
Yes,
Santana.
it certainly has.
Unfortunately. So, but thank you. And thank you for that reminder. It's real impacts, not fictional ones.
That's right.
All right. That brings us to the thank you to Recreation and Parks. That brings us to Library, which will be followed by General Services. Thank you. All right, make way for the Library, please. Mr. Szabo, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope that this will be a somewhat briefer discussion. We do also have your letter, our city librarian, Mr. Szabo, and the mayor is proposing a substantial increase in the library's budget this year, which again is very welcome. But if you want to give a brief introductory comment, we can get right into questions that way.
Certainly. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And that sizable increase, of course, is brought about by the charter appropriation associated with Measure L. I think the most important thing to point out and the greatest highlight with this budget is just a reminder that with this budget, the city is keeping the commitments made to the residents of the city through Measure L. In year one, the city met those commitments with restored hours. In year two, the current fiscal year we're in, met its commitments to restore hours of operation. The city's commitment under Measure L in year three is to restore the library's collections budget, the budget from which we buy books, multimedia resources, e-content, all of that for the collections of the Los Angeles Public Library, and also to restore technology funding to the library system. The year four commitment, which is not this fiscal year, is to restore Sunday hours, but notably that is included in this budget. It restores Sunday hours at the Central Library and at 8 regional libraries. And that, of course, is because Sundays are incredibly popular for working families. They were very busy when our libraries were open on Sundays. And then just in closing, I think it's incredibly important to mention that our libraries continue, as you all probably know even better than I, are incredibly well used and well loved by the residents of the city. Our staff do a tremendous job in meeting those needs, and we're also incredibly fortunate to have tremendous community support with thousands of volunteers, 67 separate and individual and wonderful Friends of the Library groups, as well as a very robust Library Foundation of Los Angeles. So we're very lucky at the library to have all of that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz. Sorry to catch you.
Question. Obviously, we're happy that one of the important entities in the city is reasonably well-funded and appropriately so. The question is, there is a project to, let's see. Oh, and the telephone system and the cost of that. The mayor's proposing a $500,000 one time over the amount in the charter mandated funds for the year of about $500,000 for that system. Is there a way to do that within the existing fund increase?
Not without meeting the commitments that we've indicated under Measure L. The $500,000 is the first of 3 phases to implement a change in our telephone system. In some of our libraries, it's an incredibly old, archaic system with push-button phones, no voicemail, no ability to transfer calls. So it's a long overdue need, much needed, but important to point out just the first of a 3-year phased project across all 73 of our libraries.
So there's no way that could be done without additional general fund monies?
Not without eliminating collections technology, staffing hours, the other main areas of our budget.
And are those all things that are required under Measure L?
There are 3 components of our Measure L deliverables in fiscal year 2013-2014. 2 of them are commitments that we made for the 3rd year of Measure L. Collections, the library's materials budget, and then technology. The 3rd, which is Sunday hours, are something that we felt that was very, very important to deliver to residents earlier instead of later. And it's important to point out we are delivering it 1 year earlier than Measure L promised.
Yeah, I don't want to be overly stingy, but I think this is a department that's well funded, so I would like to take a look at whether there's some other way to do it without dipping into general funds.
Okay, maybe one appropriate thing would be, since there is $1.2 million under Measure L set aside for technology replacement, if you could provide a breakdown of
Certainly.
the components of where that would be spent, and maybe a technology replacement plan, what you have in mind for the next few years in that regard. Mr. England.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Koretz, for bringing that up. I was going to speak to that as well. One of the things is our phone systems citywide are archaic and withoit voicemails, without direct numbers. They're terrible. And what we don't have in the city right now that I've seen, and we plan on asking ITA to bring it back, is to look at full replacement citywide for all departments. PD's running in the same thing. We've got cops sitting behind desks and detectives who don't have phones. 90% of their work is on the phone. And so we've got issues citywide where we have to look at full replacement. And the technology nowadays with voice over internet, VoIP systems, all the types of systems where we can actually save a lot of money in the investment of new infrastructure, we have to look at it holistically as a city as a whole, not just department by department, need by need. $500,000, speaking to, we just had a conversation at the department right before you sat down with the need to come up with $500,000, ironically enough, to clean bathrooms for children. And those are the kinds of things that are also priorities. And so I'd like to echo that same report back on seeing what else we could do to come up, but take it a step further, what we need to do citywide to save money on technology with phone replacements, whether it's VoIP or coming up with, and this is really more of a broader discussion, not for a budget report back, but I'll be asking ITA to come up with a plan on what is their long-term, their short and long-term plans for technology, and that will fall into it. So I think it's important, but again, where we're at right now is we've got to look at other things as well. And with that, it was mentioned the 4-year, that we're already funding the 4-year, even though we're in year 3, which is great. There are a lot of other things that we're looking at that aren't getting fully funded or replaced. There's a lot of issues as we're dealing with all the other departments, as we're dealing with, we just had fire here this morning. Or was that this afternoon? This afternoon.
It was this afternoon.
This afternoon. Talking about the deployment plan and the need to move resources around and the safety issues that could come out of that related to those deployment plans. But what it always really also boils down to is money, is what we've got. And so if year 3, if I can get a report back on if we satisfy year 3 now, which is what we're supposed to be doing in terms of what the voters' intention was, what would that do? As opposed to going year 4 saying we're fully recovered out of this economy and we can jump ahead another year. Not sure if we're there yet. Because, again, we're looking for resources citywide for core functions, just like libraries and parks and police and fire. So I think we've got to look at the totality of that. But I want to compliment the library as well and the services that you provide, looking at also the technological improvements and enhancements that you fought for, that will be coming forth in this budget is critically important, because kids don't just go to the library now for books and research. Many kids that don't have access to technology and computers, for them to sit down on a system where they can't get online, where they don't have access, where they don't have the latest technology, doesn't give them the ability to even do their homework, yet alone compete and look towards a job of the future, really a job of today. I mean, here I am sitting here with a computer here and Wi-Fi and mobile access to everything, and a lot of these kids don't have any of that, so it's critically important. I support that initiative, but if we could look at just year 3 funding because that's where we're at, and then coming back as hopefully this economy improves to year 4, but that would be a budget request back. Thank you.
And in connection with that report back on the integrated telephone system, I know that ITA has agreed to assist the library in connection with that replacement project. If you can discuss what the role of ITA will be in that project, and whether this is not so much a report from you, but so much from more from the CAO and perhaps from the mayor's staff, whether ITA has been provided additional funding to be able to support it in its role in assisting the library in connection with that project, and whether Measure L reimbursement would be appropriate for those services as well. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, with that as well, it says $500,000 for this year. It's a 3-year phase-in, but it doesn't say that means $500,000 every year. Because oftentimes, not with the library, but other departments, what's happened in the past is they come back next year, for example, and they'll say, we need $3 million. You already invested $500,000, but that was only for the backbone of a system, and now we need the... So all of a sudden, we don't see the full picture. And the warranties and maintenance. But again, that's why we've got to look at the city as a whole, because our purchasing power for all the departments is much greater than fixing one at a time as well.
And to your good point, the dollars that, if it is voice over IP, was the plan for this, what those savings would be and how they might offset the cost of the infrastructure.
Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, this particular area of technology is not my area of expertise, but what I'm not clear on is, are we doing this separately? Are we doing this as part of a concerted effort citywide? Are we using the same technology that connects with the rest of it, or are we undertaking something separate that won't necessarily communicate with the rest of our systems?
Well, I don't know that the resources are currently there to implement the voice over IP technology citywide. And so there was a clear need here in the library, and so we simply articulated it in our budget submission. But I think that's the council member Englander's point, is whether it should be approached from a citywide perspective.
And same question for the CAO. Does it make sense for us to be doing this, or should we be holding off until we figure out whether we should be approaching this on a citywide basis and make sure that everything connects properly?
Well, that's a good conversation to have with ITA when they come out. Obviously the department expressed a particular need, and there does need to be a citywide strategic plan for information issues, and we're working with the department on establishing that. But in the context of the request made by the department, part of this could be seen as a pilot in implementing that initially. But we'll sit down with ITA and report back on the larger plan for this entire city.
Well, it's sort of an adequate answer and sort of not. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm fearful that we'll put it in a system and then we'll come up with a plan that doesn't really match. And at some point this will be an
report back on
system.
A more comprehensive answer.
Will you do that within the budget process?
Yes.
As opposed to
yes,
after
of
that?
course.
Okay, great.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Englander, anything else on this? This isn't so much a report back, but just a request. There has been an issue in some libraries that offer Wi-Fi that there is a homeless population that takes advantage of the Wi-Fi after hours in some of our parks and elsewhere where libraries are. If we could just please make efforts to ensure that the Wi-Fi access is cut off at the conclusion of library hours, I think it would help alleviate some of that problem for parks and surrounding communities as well.
Thank you. We'll certainly address that. Thank you.
Thank you, since we're talking about technology. All right, so do we have, yes, we have a couple cards on library. The first speaker will be Cheryl Precy, followed by Roy Stone, followed by Henry Gamble, and right now those are the only three cards that I have. So, Ms. Precy, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I have librarians here who can speak much more eloquently about the challenges facing the library department than I, but I just did want to note, just for the record, that Measure L fully funds in fiscal year 14-15. Yet what we're seeing in this budget is almost 100% restoration of service hours with only 80% of the staff restored. And that creates an impossible situation for staff workload and really the capacity of the library department. And so we would ask that this process be aligned with the restoration of hours process be aligned with the restoration of funds, so that the hiring back of staff is commensurate with the restoration of service hours. And this budget does not do that. It's off kilter by 20%.
Thank you. I think that's an appropriate topic to have reported back to us.
My name is Roy Stone. I'm president of the Librarians Guild. The library budget proposed for 2013-14 that you're considering is not in the best interest of your constituents and is not true to the people of Los Angeles who voted overwhelmingly for Measure L. The proposal attempts to restore essentially all of the reduced service hours, as you just heard, with a staffing level that is above 20%. Vacancy rate that we don't even know that number, and there's just not enough people to get the job done. This proposal is a disservice to lifelong learning, citizenship workshops, computer training, financial literacy programs, schools and classes being visited, story times, summer reading events, and safety, and so much more. On behalf of the librarians who keep our libraries function, we implore you to review our white paper, which I have for you here. Consider the needs to be done, and I ask you to, again, to save the Los Angeles Public Library, follow the true promise of Measure L, restore services and staffing in the important Monday to Saturday schedule, add Sundays appropriately in 2014-15.
Thank you. Henry Gamble.
Hi, Henry Gamble, Vice President, Librarians Guild. To reiterate what Roy said, before Measure L, the library lost about 215 FTE positions. 2 years past Measure L, only a fraction of permanent workers have been hired back. This year alone, only 10 half-time librarians have been restored. These are young, dedicated people, but they're young, and they're always going to be looking elsewhere for full-time work. So what this budget is doing is another year of over-relying on substitute workers going into our neighborhoods and communities. Just last night I closed the library. I was the only permanent worker in my library, and I had 2 substitute workers to close a 2-story building. It's a serious issue. It's not what the voters of Measure L intended when they passed the measure, and so the white paper gives many more details of the services that are lost to this day because of this hiring inadequacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the conclusion of Library Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that brings us next to, that brings us to General Services. And General Services will be followed by ITA. Mr. Royster, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for submitting your letter in response to the mayor's budget. Feel free to make any opening comments.
Sure. First, I would like to thank the mayor, the council, and also the CEO for this budget, a 7% increase in our budget. Also, I'd like to thank the staff of the Department of General Services. Also, special thanks to my assistant general managers and all my directors for their dedication to the city of Los Angeles. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
I guess I'll start with what I think is a simple one, and that is we have a whole batch of new elected officials coming in after this coming election. Has money been set aside in the budget for all of the necessary expenses that come with moving in new people into their appropriate offices?
Currently, we're working with the CEO and the CLA to put a plan together to make a smooth transition for the new elected officials that are coming in and the current elected officials that are going out. So we think that most of the financial issues will probably be addressed during year end, and if not, we'll deal with that earlier during the 2013-14 budget. But we think mostly we have enough funds to deal with that.
Okay, great. Can you speak to the service impacts that come from the Motion Picture Coordination Fund, and you requested reauthorization of that?
Sure. That particular item, really the reason we're asking for it, but in the past, the motion picture industry would reimburse or pay the employees directly. So to make sure there was not any conflict of interest, we put this item in the budget to enable us to receive the money and pay the employees directly. It used to be about $100,000 because of the transition of OPS to LAPD. It's now down to about $2,500.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a department that's done a lot of belt tightening and a lot of efficiencies, and just wanted to express my appreciation for that. And I know it allows us to proactively address some safety issues for the city, like preventative maintenance of generators and fire pumps and things like that. I wonder if you could explain the Cool Roofs initiative that's been implemented, it's being implemented by your department, and what's the cost of it, what's the benefit and savings, other benefits to the city by doing it?
Because I think we're probably install 100 plus cool roofs, because every time we're involved with roof replacement, that's the first thing we do is to install the cool roofs. And I don't have the precise percentage how much we save in energy based on that, but what it really does, it requires less energy you need for air conditioning when it's hot, or heat when it's cold. What we can do is report back with more specific percentages of savings based on their cool roofs. And we've done a real major installation of a cool roof down at Central Library, and it's close to about 600,000 square feet that we replaced of roofs there, which is a major program, a very successful program that our staff has implemented at the Central Library.
It has to be a very substantial energy savings.
Yes.
Which I appreciate. Could you explain the deletion of 103 position authorities? I know you're trying to save money, but I just want to make sure that we're not implementing large layoffs or misreading this somehow.
I think that's probably related to OPS, because we operated the OPS for 6 months of this fiscal year. And this is a way, because there was some, I think, resolution authorities, so they're deleting that from our budget because that operation is no longer in GSD, it's in LAPD, so it has no impact on our department in general.
So that's just backing that piece out?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any push, I know we're moving towards our alternatively fueled vehicles.
Yes.
Is there any push towards a look at completely electric vehicles rather than hybrids? I know that the city of New York is trying to get their taxis, for instance, to be one-third completely electric by 2020.
Yeah. We're in conversation with DWP concerning it at this time, and probably later can come back and report on that. When it comes to alternative fuel as it relates to natural gas, we have about almost 2,000 vehicles that have been converted to natural gas. We have one of the largest alternative fuel infrastructure in the nation. We have 12 alternative fuel fueling stations and another 10 alternative fuel maintenance stations within the city of Los Angeles. So we're one of the leaders when it comes to alternative fuels, one of the first probably agencies that went to natural gas.
Well, the natural gas has some potential negative implications as well. So
we'll be more than happy to look at the electrical portion of it and report back to you on that.
So it might not be a bad idea for us, because most of our vehicles don't accumulate extensive mileage in a day, so it would be very possible that they could be used and charge up rather than having to go with hybrids, which we have in some cases.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Thank you. It's good to see that we've got some funding in place for generator support as well as UPS inverter maintenance, so I'm delighted to see that, so we don't have those issues at Mount Lee and other issues.
Right.
So thank you for making that a priority this year. I wanted to thank you for that. In terms of the asset management transfers and the procurement section transfers and creation of positions under items 23 and 41, trying to figure out what the need for those are, and if you can go into some detail on those.
I think the $193,000, which is contract money, was transferred to the CAO because that's the portion that's related to the new Economic Development Department, and that looks at probably our strategic plan based on space. So they're dealing mostly with the long-term vision, and our department's more involved with transactional activities within asset management. And I think Miguel can give you more details, but that's what that $193,000 is for, because it relates a lot to the economic development when they were doing the study, that should be transferred over to that group.
Well, if we can get a report back on, are those two new positions that are being created, or can they just simply be absorbed? Because I don't think they were part of the original discussion of the new department. So if you could report back on those two items, again, those were 23 and 41. And then one of the things that I actually hadn't planned on bringing up, and until I was talking to some visitors that were actually in the hall from out of town coming to this building. It was a bizarre question that I hadn't really thought of before, but they were asking about why City Hall was in the shape that was in. And first I thought they were talking about the design of the building.
Right.
And then it started leading into actually the maintenance of the building.
Right.
Not the janitorial service, which is fantastic, and they're great. And they really do a great job. And we've cut that way back in all the city facilities.
Right.
But this is the people's building, and in terms of some of the just routine maintenance, we've got, and I'm not so much just the dignitaries and others, but regular visitors from our own districts that are here often. We get hundreds of people in this building every single day. A lot from out of town. This is one of the most photographed buildings in the nation, and it's a jewel, but it's owned by the people. And we've seen over the years, certainly as maintenance and money is, we just had a whole discussion with our recreation programs and cleaning bathrooms for children. And are there things we can do to look for ways to at least maintain the facility here as well?
Sure, what we can do is to look at a list of some deferred maintenance we had to put off, and somehow work with the CAO and see if we can maybe identify some one-time funding to deal with some painting issues, other things, to get City Hall back to the state that it should be.
I mean, it goes back to not only an image of City Hall, but from a financial perspective. When we deferred maintenance, all of a sudden it turns into bigger, it costs us much more.
I agree with you 100%.
So if we could look at that, perhaps a report back on identifying, again, maybe one-time money to maintain our city facilities.
Sure.
And I think I would just add to that in addition to those issues, as you are identifying those deferred maintenance priorities for which we might invest one-time funding, please especially keep in mind those issues that affect public safety.
Sure.
Because we have that throughout. We have that concern in public facilities throughout the city and across all departments, that we don't want our deferred maintenance practices to increase our potential exposure to future liability, as well as endangering the public. Mr. LaBonge.
On a couple of things. Tonight, they're honoring the family of John Parkinson. He was one of the designers of this building, Mr. Englander. An immigrant from England. He not only designed City Hall, but the Coliseum and the Peristyle, the Union Station, and also Bullock's Wilshire. So it's ironic that you mentioned that. And he never got much credit as some architects have got over the years, but they're being honored by the British community up in the Tom Bradley Tower. This is an important building, Tony.
Yes.
And you are part of the success team that manages the largest concentration of government buildings in a mall west of our nation's capital. Right. And the new work of the county, and I know Mr. Santana in his younger days over there working hard for the county of Los Angeles, the creation of that park. Now when you look out the steps, the Spring Street steps, you see green. It is a transformation. It's a special place. And I always love that we see people up here, and it's the only open-air deck you can get to other than the observatory, really, where you get a vista. So it's so important, and the custodial staffs do a beautiful job. I would just wanted to say, I hope there's money, Mr. CAO, for hiring from the hall. There's skills that are needed sometime and periods of time, and general service has been the backbone of all the departments, whether it's helping the zoo or the parks department or any of us. They have been there, but I think that is key. I also hope that you have a plan. Again, I mentioned the earthquake. I do believe in the city fleet and the emergency fleet, as well as the supportive fleet, is so key. And I have no problem if it's a necessary role for anyone to have a take-home car, because we got to be ready for the earthquake. I don't want to be so cautious, because it will come, and that fleet is going to help us. And because of housing costs, some of our employees have to live outside. I remember Ed Rowe, whose name you don't know, but he was the head of the Department of Transportation, and I asked him, Ed, where do you live? Because I'm thinking he lives somewhere in Los Angeles. He lived in the eastern San Gabriel Valley, Rolling Heights. He said, Tom, I was 24. It's the only place I could buy a house. So a lot of our employees have to live outside based on the high value of the land. But these services are necessary, just to recall, because you're the one that call. You provide the gas, you provide the oil, you provide the tires, and your team. And to be if that comes, I just mentioned that to some of the departments as it comes forward there. Also on the mall, the Civic Center Mall, did you tell the committee what you have your thoughts on?
We're working with the CEO and also with a consultant and to put a plan together concerning what direction we should go with the mall, especially as it relates to economic development.
Right, and our other city facilities, the San Pedro City Hall, Van Nuys City Hall, Hollywood City Hall, I think they're important components if we use them right, and all that. And how are we doing as far as leasing property as opposed to using city buildings? We put most of the stuff into.
Because if you look at our leasing account, we've cut it about 47%.
40 from what to what?
It went from I think 30 million to about 17 million.
17. That's very good. If you could cut any more, just good. It's very important. So I just want to thank you for all that you do in general services.
Okay, thank you.
But hire from the hall when you can instead of just letting it go vacant, because then there's more of a cost in the end. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanche. Speaking of the mall, revenues have, of course, been declining for the mall over the years, of course, through the recession in particular. But we're budgeting for an increase, a fairly significant increase in anticipated revenues in this coming year. What's the basis for the, maybe this is a question for the mayor's team, what's the basis for projecting a sudden turnaround in mall revenues when it sure looks like there's an awful lot of empty stores over there?
This is Steve Alley, Office of the Mayor. One of the departments, the Department of Transportation, is increasing its space at the mall, and that's I believe it is the parking unit, and what they're using some of the funds that they receive from the customers to pay for the leasing space.
Very good. Okay, so it's a particular tenant increasing space. In this case, it happens to be our own Department of Transportation that accounts for that increase.
That's correct.
Okay, and speaking of Department of Transportation, in previous years, Exhibit H has provided for reimbursement to general services for parking lot related services that are provided to DOT, and that's not included in here. I don't know if that was an intentional omission or not, but it's a small thing, but maybe we could just get a report back on that and what it would mean to restore that for the department, that reimbursement for the department. Just one question, a couple questions on vehicle management. On page 42 of the budget, there's an analysis or assumptions about availability rates of various categories of vehicles, and light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks and street sweepers are both in the mid-60s.
Correct.
As compared to parking enforcement vehicles, which is in the mid-90s, and even refuse collection vehicles, which is in the mid-80s. What is it that accounts for that much lower availability rate, and what do we need to do to increase that number?
The reason for the reduction is mostly because when it came to budget reduction, it was mostly general fund, and those particular operations are supported by general fund, and you have like sanitation. The reason their availability is so high because they're special funded. And what we can do, I think we're working with the CEO and the CLA, SIMI, and the mayor's office, trying to look at other options, especially with street services and recreation parks, to try to get them back to a decent availability rate, maybe with some additional overtime like that. But what we can do, report back to you based on some of the priorities we think that should be addressed and what the resources will be needed to address those.
That would be great. Also, the vehicle management system, there's $3 million or so in the UB for the VMS.
Yes.
Can you speak to the plan for implementation of the new system? When is that likely to happen? What other departments, if any, are participating?
We already start planning on it already. You will have the GSDs involved, ITA, the fire department, and also the police department. We have a report that's been submitted to the ITA GST committee, and that hopefully should be coming to council very soon to address that.
Okay, great. And do you expect that that will impact the fuel management system, and are there any anticipated upgrades planned there?
I think the only thing that we're addressing at that point is, I think, is the vehicle management system. And because the fuel management system, based on our economic situation, is about $18 million. So we're looking at maybe getting the best bang for our buck, and then move down the road and see if money's available later during the years to address the fuel issue.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from staff? Yeah, Mr. LeBlanc.
Because I know we had our meeting, Tony, I just remembered the transformation of downtown has transformed, and the ERIP and lower federal employees and et cetera, and the courts being furloughed. There's less place. That was the only place to eat.
Right.
Basically, when I started here, in a kosher burrito across the street. But who would have thought there would be a Phil's Cafe at 4th and Main and 1,000 other places? So we really have to rethink that. And if it does mean renting it out to the Department of Transportation and others, I'd love to put an art gallery there, but I'm being pushed up to the Bridge Gallery, and also get the Historical Society in the City Hall to support that. But thank you so much. I think it is, though, a dynamic, Paul, that I think we're never going to have a thriving commercial center, but it could be a combination gallery or use there. Thank you.
And I think that's true of so many of our city resources, and hopefully the Economic Development Department that is proposed will be able to maximize those returns. We have one card. It's John Walsh. Is Mr. Walsh still here? Okay, so Mr. Walsh is not here. But Mr. Royce, I just have to say, the fact that we have one card, and it was from Mr. Walsh, is kind of indicative of something that I want to speak to for a moment. And that's first to thank you and your team for holding the city together, sometimes with duct tape and chewing gum, at a time of significant budget cutbacks. We don't get a huge public outcry to fund general services or ITA or some of the other service agencies in this city because maybe it's not sexy. It's not the thing that directly impacts the public, but there's absolutely no question that all of the service-providing departments of this city that the public interfaces with are dependent upon the work that you do, are dependent upon the work that ITA does, and other service departments that service other departments within the city. And I think we really need to keep that in mind as we move forward, that budget cuts to general services doesn't just affect what happens in public buildings. It affects those departments that are providing what our constituents are asking us to provide. It impacts public safety. It impacts on every other area that we care about. So thank you for helping us get through these difficult times. Thank you for your time here today. And that brings us to well, that's a nice segue. That brings us to ITA. Followed by personnel.
ITA, we have one card that's requested.
Thank you.
that they're doing is they actually have funding for residential over the center. The donations will be able to take care of it. So we keep it under control of the disaster. We have fails in the system.
All right. Mr. Renneker, welcome.
Thank you.
We have received your letter regarding the budget. Thank you very much for submitting it on a timely basis and for your detailed discussion of the budget. ITA's budget, thankfully, we'll see as the mayor's in the mayor's proposal an increase of nearly $500,000, which is welcome, certainly. But if you would like to provide any introductory comments, we can then go straight to questions.
Certainly would. Well, on behalf of ITA, I've only been here 4 months. I really want to thank the staff. They really are the ones that put together the budget. They're the ones that had to live with it over the last 3 years, and they've done a tremendous job in keeping things operational. Also want to thank the mayor's office and in the CIO's office for really a collaborative effort in putting this budget together. I know I've really been putting forth a lot of priorities over the last 4 months, and I'm very pleased with the outcome of the budget, that we're really making a concerted effort to address some of the operational issues that we currently have, and also looking forward and actually doing some new efforts that will increase the operational efficiency of the city. Some of the things that I'd just like to point out real briefly, the investments that we'll be making in the ITA's data center, in my mind, are critical. We're certainly going to be there for a long period of time, and it maintains all the mission critical services that all the departments utilize. The 311 center, I came into the organization where we had some issues, and I really want to thank the mayor's office and managed hiring for helping address the issues where now just this last month we received 70,485 calls. We had an answer rate of 91%, which was the highest, I believe, since maybe even the center was created. So the average wait time is about 59 seconds. So I think that's important for the public to know, so that when they call 311, and even though they now have My 311 mobile app, and soon in the next few weeks we'll have the online web form, that there's multiple ways to contact City Hall, and we're going to be responsive to their needs. We also have a brand new system coming into 311, customer relationship management system. So now everything is going to be tracked in a database. We'll be able in the future, and part of what the budget includes is handling some of those future items that Phase 1 won't this summer when we begin the implementation. So we're really excited about that, and also allowing council offices to have dashboards to find out exactly what their constituents are calling in about, or emailing about, or texting in about, and been able to make sure that we address those in an efficient manner. We've also have some excitement around our enterprise resource planning system, our ERP, which is CGI AMS. That's where our core financials runs on. We have a performance-based budget module that has already been purchased as part of that implementation, that we're going to be taking a look at rolling out here over the next 1 to 2 years. We also have a procurement module in general services that is somewhat old. We're actually sunsetting that platform, freezing it, and we'll be studying and doing the gap analysis to take a look at different ways perhaps of doing procurement and create some efficiencies, and incorporate that into our enterprise financials as well, which will streamline operations. We also are addressing some website accessibility issues, so working with the Department of Accessibility. A lot of things that deal with the deaf and the blind is associated with trying to gain access to photos, videos, and audio, and what they call putting alt tags on websites. We now have been funded a position that will actually go through and ensure that we comply with the federal 508 compliance for providing that accessibility to the public. We also are taking a serious look at the core applications that are down in the City Hall East facility, and we're going to be taking a look at making sure from a disaster recovery standpoint that we have a true hot site that is out of state. So in the advent of a serious issue here in the Los Angeles area, we'll make sure that payrolls still be met. We'll make sure that we're still able to buy product and get services here as needed in the advent of a disaster. Really, lastly, before I ask questions, the staff has really done a tremendous job, as I mentioned. Just over the last 12 months, they've taken a look at different ways of negotiating service contracts, moving on to fiber, getting rid of some older technology. They've saved close to $2 million in total through those negotiations, so I really applaud their efforts. So coming into this organization, we're already starting in some tremendous efficiencies that will take us forward in the long term. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for some really exciting changes that you're bringing about in ITA. You probably heard my comments to General Services just a moment ago, and that certainly applies as well to ITA. I've just considered it sort of disgraceful that in this city of all cities, the home of Silicon Beach, the city that should be on the cutting edge of technology, that our city government functions at about a 1990 level, it seems like, in a lot of ways. And there's so much more that we could be doing to provide better services to our constituents, more cost effectively through the use of better technology, and we just have to get there. We just have to invest significantly more in an information technology department that really is much more robust than what we are able to have right now with the limited funding that you're provided with, even under this increased budget. So I would like to see us go much, much further in expanding this department and really utilizing technology to reinvent government and make it cheaper and more transparent and easier to use for the public. And in that respect, that being the goal, I do want to say that we're really making some good progress in moving in that direction, so I want to applaud you for that. And I know that there is a IT strategic plan underway, that process has begun and is well underway, and I'm looking forward to seeing that develop. I guess briefly I would say what would you, as you see it now, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of the strategic plan, but as you see it now, does this budget take a step in the direction of preparing for the additional funds that you'll need in future years in order to achieve the objectives that will be presented in the strategic plan?
It certainly does. What we've done right now, we've kind of focused in on all the needs and priorities of the departments from an ITA perspective. We've prioritized those. So we are in the efforts of working with the department to make sure they're adequately prioritized, probably at about a mid-July time frame. It'll be probably the first year more of a technical plan, but the investments that you're making certainly provide a wonderful foundation that will lead us into the future, so we'll be able to come back future years to make sure that we make those investments in the right places.
Great. Particularly, I was very concerned about our vulnerability with regard to disaster, and I appreciate the mayor's inclusion of $400,000 for that disaster recovery system. There's also $15 million allocated to upgrade City Hall East facilities. Is that adequate from your perspective? Will that complete the task?
It's a difficult answer because Bureau of Engineering right now is spending a great deal of time doing the analysis. So based on their studies, they're going to take a look at all the power, they're going to take a look at the air conditioning, they're going to take a look at fire suppression, maybe some leakage issues, things of that nature, just make sure all the environmentals are taken care of. I think that will make tremendous progress going forward, without a doubt.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kretz?
Yes, I think I've objected every year since I've been on the Budget Committee to the fact that we underfund this department, because it's always been my feeling that part of how we get out of this budget shortfall is by implementing all the technological efficiencies that are out there, and yet we've cut back this department as part of our effort to save money. Basically a counterproductive approach to that. So I hope we find ways to identify the most efficiency-driven projects that we can put forward and actually find ways to finance those, particularly if they're one-time systems. We have some things in the budget that are one-time that are not really core functions. I think our core functions are our core functions plus finding ways to save money, and because then we can perform more core functions. So I'd like to see if there are dollars that are one-time monies that are non-essential, and if there's some way to put them into one-time IT projects that advance the ball in that direction. Also, just in general, it seems like the department is still spread thin. How does that affect your response time to city departments and the mayor and council offices?
You're really dealing with a department where the staff will do whatever it takes to get it done, and we'll approve whatever overtime's needed to make sure that reliability of our systems are there. So the commitment is there. You're right, we're very thin, just like everybody's really thin. We got a great management team. You know, a lot of us are new at the table here. We're going to go through and do some reorganizations this summer. We're already working closely with the IT Oversight Committee through the hiring of a strategic advisor who will be coming in and assessing, taking a look at what all the departments are doing and making some recommendations. So I think a lot of those efficiencies you'll see in recommendations in future year budgets. So I think the combination of those two things, we'll do the best job we can with the resources we have.
Yeah, well, from my point of view, sooner rather than later in terms of the efficiencies, and presumably some of those were identified in the Core Commission's recommendations, but I don't want to see those slowed down by our unwillingness to put the money in up front and then wind up getting it back relatively expeditiously. I think that's the logical way to go.
Okay.
How are you doing in terms of supporting LAPD and LAFD dispatch centers throughout the city?
Well, certainly we have a lot of dedicated resources that are in those areas. I think there's some areas that we can be more efficient in the way we support them. And those will be some recommendations I'll be working with both chiefs on, so that we might be able to leverage resources and be able to provide some in other areas. So right now, we have 24-hour coverage from ITA, at least 2 resources in all the dispatch centers. Our mission critical communication site also has resources around the clock, 365 days a year. We also have monitoring staff down in City Hall East that monitors all of our systems 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I think we can leverage some efficiencies that we might have some redundancies in a few areas, only in those areas in the public safety side that are needed where we have deficiencies in other areas like security as an example.
Very good. And I know the MyLA 311 phone application has generated more service requests and seems to be getting some usage. But my understanding is they still have to be manually routed. Are we working on ways to get past that?
Yeah, so we had a little over 10,000 downloads of MyLA through one app. I think that's pretty good. We've had over 2,500 submissions through the mobile app so far. Right now, our turnaround for email and mobile app is within 24 hours. So you're right, the process is fairly manual, but the same way it's been in 311 all along. So the funded 311 solution that was approved this fiscal year already has started, and there's additional funding in the budget for phase 2, which will include those efficiencies. So where those manual routing capabilities are there, we're really looking at leveraging some integration to those work order systems in the department so there isn't duplication of entry for those that have the largest volume.
So do we think we'll have that streamlined by the end of this fiscal year?
I think we'll have very good progress done for at least the largest, probably 60 to 70% of the call volume that comes in. We'll have most of those automated.
And in the future, do we see a point where a very high percentage of service requests will come in through social media, like 50% or more? Do we anticipate ever getting that level of usage?
I think through the mobile platforms they will. Social media maybe not so much, because the key critical elements for us is the actual location capture and a photograph. That's not to say that couldn't be through social media outlets, but today it's done quicker via the apps that are available for your smart device.
No, I actually meant both of
Right.
those approaches.
Certainly.
Okay, that's all I have to ask.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. Englander came up with a great idea recently that I think we could expedite through the process. Explain the motion you had of using ITA and cameras. Just recalling that, and we'll talk about it after me. Good, so that's very good there. Also, I want to know, there's some groups, they rate the city service of the county or the air pollution or the water storm drains. Do we have an internal rating of our technology? And how would Los Angeles rate itself as far as technology? Mr. CAO, you were smiling. I saw that smile. How are we compared to the county? What city is the most technologically hip place? Not just hip for being hipsters, but successful in being efficient, because that's what technology is supposed to do. And I think that would help us, because I think Mr. Koretz said correctly that you wish we were a little more technically successful in some things. So give me an answer.
So the strategic plan is really going to identify and benchmark us against other entities. So
CAO tell you that?
Yeah, he did.
Good job. He's good.
And but I'll also tell you that one of the things that I think is important is benchmarking ourselves against others is a submission of awards. So for Best of the Web, we have submitted a nomination. We'll see how we benchmark against the best in the country. And then we're also going to go ahead and partake in the Intelligent Community Forum, which benchmarks not just the United States, but communities across the world from a technology
information is knowledge is power, and if that's what we're about to try to help and move the people, in the right direction for good community, you're a component of that. And I think in the work that you do is so, again, what you said earlier about general services, there's people who go 24 hours a day up into the lonely road of Mount Lee to be in a bunker to make sure the police department could communicate with each other, fire department and other agencies as well. So that's real important. All that throughout the city. It's a very important technology, and I just want to be supportive in any way possible to do that. And I also want to thank our sound man, Kenny, who does such a great job, and all the sound folks who get the message out of what's going on, because it is key. The most important thing for a politician is creative services and the commendations that they write, and then the second most is the microphone that they get at the event, and Kenny's there and the others to help spread the joy of what the word is. But in all seriousness, let me know what we could do. And also, I know I'm working with the fire department and police department and your department on Mount Lee, because right as you get up to Mount Lee, which is a beautiful view and the public access is there, if we move the fence 40 feet, we get a better vista, and I'm looking at it as a possibility, and raising the money to do it, not asking you for any money, but just to do that. So thank you so much. Mitch, bring that other item up.
Mr. Englander.
Thank you very much, and I applaud your direction and where we're taking the department as well. I think you would correct the record. It was said that we were at 1990 technology. I think we're cutting edge 1984, but things are getting much better. I think I was half of those requests for service on the app, by the way, and have promoted it everywhere I go, including in our newsletter.
Good.
But everywhere I go to download the app, I'd encourage people not to take the photos of graffiti while they're driving. But it's so important. Technology is really the backbone. I mean, what we're doing right now, just in the planning department, in the Build LA component and that structure, so we have tracking numbers for case management, we're decades behind others, if you will, on that. And so I appreciate your support and everything we're in the direction we're going in with that. There's a lot of just developed a mobile app of our own, working with PD. We're actually going to pilot it in my district, which is going to be a service delivery for officers and firefighters in the field. So when they are at a call, domestic or otherwise, homeless, transients, whoever needs help, they have a full resource directory on their phone, their mobile app, that tells them where there's food and shelter, housing, job training, whatever that might be, whatever they need, and it'll have a full directory. And what we've done is we partnered with all of the churches and synagogues and the faith-based organizations in CD12. And so I fully funded it and came up with the money to do it. And then we're doing that as a pilot in CD12, working with PD and Fire. So hopefully we can take that citywide as well. But a lot of these initiatives are great. I'm a tech junkie. When I read the political news every single morning and in the business sections and go directly to CNET and see what the latest technology is. So there's so much more we can do. And as Mr. LaBonge said, one of the things I've carried recently that we'll be looking for direction from you on is to split the 430 ADSAC system cameras that we have at every major intersection and to feed that into our Palantir software with LAPD for license plate recognition, recording options where we can go back and track what happened at major intersections, or more importantly, look for those felons that have just committed a major crime, particularly those of a violent or sexual nature, and we can track that person, where they're going in the city, find them through Amber Alerts, but utilize technology. We already have the systems in place. It's a matter of back-end software and split feeding those. So we'll be working closely with you and LAPD and DOT on that as well. So with that, we had library up here earlier, and we were talking about their phone systems, and so we'd like to see a plan on improving our technology, our telecommunication systems citywide. And rather than just one department or even a pilot of one department, there's enough software and technology out there and hardware where whether it's VoIP or other types of sophisticated systems that are tried and true, we don't have to pilot this stuff anymore. It's been out there. It's actually old technology now. It's not cutting edge. But it's all in an effort not only to save money, but the customer service experience really falls on your desk. You know, we've had probably 650,000 calls into 311 this past year. Is that about right? Yep. 650,000. That is tremendous. And so that the wait times and all of the experience that they go through is really important. I know we can drill down directly on the LA City intranet and to get the statistics for our own council districts or what type of calls are being made. What I'd like to see is the ability for all of our offices to have 311 interfaces from our service centers, our community service centers, our district offices, where our own staff, who's getting the other 650,000 calls, don't have to then send an email or pick up the phone and try to call a library who can't answer the phone because their phones don't work, or reach a building inspector or reach whoever else and get a voicemail, who, by the way, one pet peeve I got to throw out there. Anytime you call the city and you call a specific department or person, there's no zero capability for an operator. There is none. So if you don't have somebody's phone number and their voicemail is either full or they're on leave, or they're no longer there, you're not getting a hold of anybody. So we need to look into that. But we have the 311 system in place now. We have the databases on our internet, our intranet, direct feed into the 311 operators. We should have that capability at all of our offices so we can directly put in those calls for service. For graffiti abatement or bulky item pickup, I think bulky item pickup is probably the #1 call we get in the city, is my guess. Potholes, all those things, so we can direct feed them and track which office they came from with the disposition numbers, just as you do as the app. But that's an easy one I think we could look at moving forward this year. Hopefully there's support to do that and train our staff on how to use the system. And I think that would be very helpful as well. But I wanted to compliment you as the new general manager, not so new anymore, but still new in the city family, for a lot of the direction we've taken in utilizing technology. We've got a long way to go. There's a lot of work to get there, but I really do appreciate that there's a focus on this, because it's the only way we can truly deliver the services we do. So thank you, Mr. LaBonge, for mentioning that motion as well.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from staff? We have one card for ITA from Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. I have to say, too, I'm a Windows XP man. The update of our website has brought a tremendous amount of wait time. And when you think about how many employees we have that have to wait because of the change in the website, that's a lot of inefficiency. And I have complained already to ITA about this, but I do want to bring it up because it is a major problem I see. It's a little bit too extensive, and you have to look through all the fine print to find out exactly what you want, whereas, you know, if we're highly paid people, we just don't have the time to do that. So I think maybe we ought to take a look at that website, because I noticed it has been changed a little bit just lately, just maybe in the last week. I do want to say, though, that the 311 service has improved fantastically, and I'm very appreciative of that, too, because there is a lot of wait time. And even if you try to dial the operator here, you're dialing into 311, and it takes quite a while. So even the employees are having that inefficiency, too. There is some basic stuff that really needs to be done. We don't want to elaborate a system when it's really the basics that most people are getting after. If you want to make it so elaborate, you have to have a helpline on that website so that people know how to run it. And because most people don't get on the website that often, you forget what to do. So it is a problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. McQuiston. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time and your service. And that brings us now to personnel. Ms. Whalen, welcome. Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I unfortunately didn't get a letter from you, or at least I don't have one in front of me, so why don't you go ahead and provide your introductory comments, please?
Thank you. Overall, we're pleased with the proposed budget. Like most departments, we are struggling to maintain our core services after consecutive years of severe budget reductions. Next year will be even more challenging as we begin hiring firefighters for the first time since 2009. We continue to refine the implementation of the human resource centralization of 23 departments. We assist with the various consolidations of departments and functions that are proposed in the budget. We implement a total replacement of our workers' compensation claims management system and introduce a new managed care network, and implement the requirements of national health care reform. To balance our budget and to accomplish our work programs, we will need to carefully manage our resources. To that end, the more flexibility we receive from the Managed Hiring Committee throughout the next fiscal year, the better our chances of success. We thank the Mayor and the CAO budget teams for listening to our concerns, and we are available to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Why don't we start with our Chair of the Personnel Committee, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the budget, as I read it, you're losing 7 positions in your workers' comp division. What's the impact of losing those positions?
David?
David Luther from the department. Those are 7 vacant positions, 6 workers' comp assistants and 1 vacant workers' comp analyst. And we were asked to come up with a package equivalent to a 10% cut. So the first thing we do is look at our vacancies. In this particular case, We offered up these vacancies because we are implementing a complete replacement of our work comp system. And when we do that next fiscal year, there will be a workload reduction specifically with the work comp claims assistant positions. So we will manage next fiscal year with the workload until we implement the system, but we don't see any major impact by giving up these vacancies.
Okay, so you don't think there'll be a loss in effectiveness by doing this?
No, the positions are vacant and have been vacant for some time.
Okay. How's the consolidation of human resource functions going?
Actually, it's going very, very well. Phyllis, you want to give us an update?
Yes, thanks to the cooperation of the 23 client departments we're working with and our new staff, we managed to transfer 97 new employees to the personnel department and to serve 14,000 city employees in the 23 departments. There were 81 analysts and 21 clerical staff. We were able to fill 13 vacant positions, and we currently have 5 vacant positions. Training began in July of 2012. We trained over 100 people in 3 course areas. 2 of the courses were certified by the International Public Management Association, and it included 14 days of non-continuous training. We have looked at all the best practices in HR in our 23 departments, and as a result have identified 32 areas where we're providing procedures, and we have completed finals in 50% of the cases. We've also looked at technology because that's critical to our success. We looked at systems both internally and externally. The ones provided by vendors, although very attractive, are very expensive. So we had to turn to internal systems that were developed in some instances by our client departments that work very well there, and we're spreading them across the enterprise. Finally, I'd say we have had, generally speaking, a lot of positive feedback because we have kept our employees at the work site where they were serving and that continue to serve. But in addition to that, we have provided a much deeper bench.
So where we looked at technologies and we implemented them internally, are we making any significant headway in efficiencies? I know there are things particularly that allow you to make one entry and populate all kinds of different fields. Have we implemented something like that internally?
No, we've identified a system that the Department of Building and Safety has, a Human Resources Information Management System that includes position control as well as a number of other functions, and it does populate.
So are we
and it talks to PayCert. We don't go back to the payroll system, but we can download information from our payroll system.
Okay, that sounds good. I know for the last 3 years the JLMBC has been asked to find efficiencies and changes to the Flex Benefits program. What kind of benefit savings have we had in the last 3 years?
I'll actually ask Alex Vasquez, our benefits chief, to go over that. But we, since 2011, we've started making some considerable plan design changes, and then prior to that, prior to 2011, we did use some of the surplus funds in the JLBC to offset some plan design changes that may have been required. But Alex can go over the numbers.
So for the plan years 2011, 2013, and this current plan year, the JLMBC has implemented plan design changes such as increases in copays, changes in deductible, the implementation of a narrow network, and the total amount of those savings is about $16.98 million. And in terms of the one-time savings that include the trust fund transfers, that's about $14 million. So in total, it's about $30.7 million.
Now I know we're asking it. I think the EERC has asked that employees contribute 10% towards health care. Should the modifications that allowed these savings through the JLMBC process, I should say, should that be used as an offset against that 10%, since the savings will already be partially have been provided by the employees?
I think there's an argument to be made, certainly a good argument to be made, that on the civilian health plans they have made significant changes to reduce the cost of benefits. But I believe the issue that Miguel's discussed earlier on the first day of the budget presentation is that these costs are still growing at the rate of anywhere from maybe 8 to 10% a year. So our concern, we administer the program, and our only concern is simply this, that we have fantastic benefits in the city. No one would dispute that, and we all enjoy them. Our concern is that if we keep doing plan design changes as we've done in the past 3 years, we're going to end up basically gutting some of the good benefits that we have. So is there another solution? From our perspective, and with the implementation of the Federal Health Care Act, which is actually increasing costs for the city, I think we basically only have a few alternatives. We continue to keep making plan design changes, affect the plans, affect the benefits, or we end up at a point where employees do pay for part of the premium itself.
If I could add, the increase in co-pays and changes to how much people pay for their different prescription drugs is something that everyone's having to confront, including those of us who are currently paying towards the premium of health care. So today about 25% of the civilian workforce pays at least 5% towards the premium of health care. And so universally, the best way of managing the costs citywide is if everyone contributes. The tension that lies is between ensuring that we maximize options for everybody, or engaging in the kind of less effective way of controlling costs is what David indicated, where we're either reducing options like what you had to confront this year with the narrow network, or we're charging people more based on usage by increasing co-pays, which ultimately is not a sustainable way of managing our healthcare program. So if all of us contributed 10% towards the premium of healthcare, then it allows the city to continue providing maximum options for all of our employees.
And from my point of view, even doing that, I don't think it's sustainable. I think ultimately what we have to do is find some way to keep the charges from the providers lower. I don't know how we do that, how we gain more leverage, but I think if it keeps going up 10%, 18%, whatever it is every year, and it used to be that there were years where the cost increase would be lower some years and then higher some years. It seems like they feel they have so much leverage over us that they can charge whatever they want virtually. I think we need to find some way to turn that around, or paying for health care in general just can't be sustainable. I don't think we can survive 10 and 15% annual increases in health care without at some point not being able to pay for it.
And that was the reasoning behind going out for RFP again. The JLMBC will engage in the selection of our provider based on a competitive process being managed by the Personnel Department. That, frankly, should be the first way that we reduce costs, is by trying to allow competition for a very competitive account. Many providers want to be our provider because of the number of lives that we represent. Just first start with that line of defense, and then after that see what other options we have.
I would just like to add a few comments. Because of our experience last year and the instructions from council, we did make some changes to the RFP process that hopefully would facilitate getting some more savings from providers. But we do now have a best and final offer option in our RFP, so that at some point when we come to a small universe of potential bidders, we can ask for additional information. Essentially, it will allow them to compete against each other at the very end. I would caution, though, that it seems like a very easy task just to ask the providers, because they value our business, to reduce their costs, but I can tell you from at least my 3 years of experience in the program, the costs are not based on anything in their minds other than our experience as the entire group of city employees and how they utilize the plans, plus some additional factors for them. There isn't actually much hope, I would say, that we're going to get significant savings from the providers, given it's essentially a problem statewide. It's not just a city problem. This is basically an industry-wide problem, the growth of health costs. And again, because of the implementation of national health care, they're being taxed under national health care. They're passing those taxes on directly to us. So that will raise our costs next year, and there's not much we can do about that.
Well, the one thing that ultimately is the best solution is engaging in programs that result in a healthier workforce and reduce overall usage. And what other jurisdictions have done around the country, like Phoenix, is that they encourage employees to engage in healthy behaviors such as wellness programs and receive regular outpatient treatment and checkups by actually reducing the amount that they pay towards premium. Now, it's hard to do that if our employees don't pay anything towards premium. So part of the goal here, by also encouraging all of us to contribute the 10% towards premium, is to utilize that as a way of motivating folks to engage in wellness activities.
Yeah, I guess there are programs. They're certainly not highly publicized enough that anybody's very focused on them. But I would think we could do more creative marketing to our employees. I mean, if we did a quit smoking month, or various things where departments were competing with each other to see how much weight they could lose, or whatever things there are. I mean, I don't think we're doing anything visible and creative. And there are a lot of things we could do, I think, to identify ways to make this a healthier workforce and try to incentivize it, or offer smokers discounted health insurance if they quit smoking, or there's all kinds of things we could be doing. I just don't think we're focused enough on that arena.
We actually completely, I think 100% agree with you, but the issue for personnel department benefits is staffing.
Right.
For a wellness program for the size of the city of LA, we would estimate we would need at least 3 full-time dedicated positions for wellness, and we just frankly have not been able to get those resources to do that.
Do you have any doubt that they would save the city many times their salary if we were able to get 3 people dedicated to wellness?
Eventually. There's been studies done on wellness programs, and what they've basically said that there is a return on investment, but it takes a long time. You have to change people's behavior. And that's one of the difficulty we have with implementing a wellness program, is there's no immediate payback. We've gone to the vendors themselves and simply asked them the direct question, if we add 3 people for a wellness program, will you reduce our premiums? And the answer is no, we will not. We will reduce your premiums when we see that the utilization of our services has been reduced, and that takes 3 to 5 years.
Right, and actually initially it costs more because people are using the service more often, so our experience level raises. So that's something that we have to consider. But we have requested in the past additional positions for wellness, and unfortunately have not been successful.
It just seems like such an obvious choice to me. Maybe we can get a report back on what the costs would be and the pros and cons of that. I mean, if we had started doing that when I started 4 years ago, we would probably be at least starting to reap the benefits of that, if not already doing it. So it's one of those things we can keep putting it off and keep having an unhealthy workforce, or we can benefit both in the humanity of the fact that people will be healthier and the fact that long-term will save money at the same time.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
Just very quickly, I know it's appreciate you waiting around. It's been a long day, so I appreciate that.
Hasn't been that long. We're ahead of schedule.
Well, we're ahead of schedule, and I would say under budget, but that's not appropriate. First of all, Mr. Kretz, in answering to that, we do have a nutritionist in LAPD if you want to meet with them as well and discuss the opportunities and cost-benefit.
Which LAPD did try to lay off throughout the course of this year, by the way.
Well, they're still there. So for now, the LAFD hiring, the LAPD hiring numbers. Your numbers are different for what we've hired than LAPD's actual numbers. What's the differential? Can you report back on that? If you don't have the answer to that now, that's fine. If you can report back on why there's a different number between LAPD and personnel.
Good. Gloria.
Well, we've hired 205 police officers since for this fiscal year, and we're about to hire another 40. I'm not really...
Do you count the hire of when you send them the letter that says they're hired, or do you count the hire of when they start the class?
When they start the academy.
So if we can look at why there's a differential.
Okay.
That'd be great. And then now that we're going to be implementing hiring as well for LAFD, are we geared up for that? Did we spend our advertising dollars over the year effectively?
We've tested over 9,000 firefighter candidates, and we're begin the interview process shortly, so we are on track to supply the fire department with enough candidates, 70, to start in January 2014.
So we tested how many?
Over 9,000.
9,000.
Almost 10,000.
For 70 positions?
For at least 140 this fiscal year, and then I believe that the fire department is interested in hiring 210 per fiscal year for the next 7 years. The eligible list that we established from the fire selection process will be used up to 4 years. So
just so that works in process, because we're not used to hiring firefighters around here. That's a new concept in recent years that we haven't seen. So we go through it from the personnel perspective and go through the backgrounds and do all the testing and requirements, and then do we give a suggested list to the department? How does that work?
yes, the candidates go through a written test, an interview, background, medical, and a psych. And then we provide a list to the department when they're ready to hire a drill tower. They select 70 candidates, and then we put another batch of candidates through for their next drill tower, and so forth and so forth.
So we give them the full list, and then they pick based on the list we provide?
Right. And that list is pretty much comprised of the top scoring candidates in the interview.
So we don't give them the 70 for necessarily the 70 class.
It's
we give
more
them the
than 70.
Full list, and then they... I see. Interesting. And what about those that, for whatever reason, might not have made it through the process? Do we provide that to the department as well?
No, because they haven't completed all the test parts. They're not eligible to be hired. Only the candidates that have successfully completed all the test parts are provided to the departments for consideration for hiring.
What about the ones that completed the requirements but didn't make it through the process? They were disqualified for whatever reason. Do we provide that information to the department?
Not necessarily, but if they inquired as to someone wasn't successful, that information as far as ineligibles throughout the process is available.
To them?
Right.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
So on that score, last year we discussed the need for outreach in order to accommodate LAFD hiring. And there was significant discussion about the number of potential candidates that were on the interested list. Did I understand you to say that we've tested 9,000 of them for these slots?
Yes, we tested 9,000 candidates at the convention center in February, over 2 days.
And how many people were on that list of interested parties?
We sent out, we scheduled 13,000, and we tested almost 10,000 in those 2 days.
So the 13,000 were the people that were on that pre-existing list who had expressed interest already?
Right.
Now, there was also a lot of discussion last year about whether that list reflected sufficient diversity to make the applicant pool resemble Los Angeles. What were the results in that respect as far as achieving our goals of broadening diversity in LAFD?
We can certainly provide those numbers as
that
far
would be
as
good.
Yeah, and the report back.
Yeah, that would be terrific. One of the significant areas of this city's exposure to liability and litigation costs has been in workers' compensation, in disability related claims, and in discrimination and related kinds of claims. Maybe you can give a brief overview now about what steps personnel has been taking to try to reduce the city's risks in that area by training or otherwise. And I'd also be interested, beyond today, of having a more thorough report on what steps can still be taken to improve departmental performance in reducing those sorts of risks.
I think one of the things that has been very helpful has been the consolidation, because there has been a significant amount of training that has been provided to those individuals who have come to the personnel department. We're also able to manage discrimination complaints from a central location as opposed to having each and every department managing their investigations. Phyllis, you want to add to that?
We actually have a 30% decrease in complaints filed this year in comparison to last year. And we looked at our medical accommodation procedures from beginning to end, along with a consultant, to advise us, because we recognize this is an area of concern and liability. The result we just received last week, it is almost a step-by-step process that includes letters and script, given a variety of situations, and we will now train our analysts in these processes.
As well as supervisors, because
Correct.
we have a lot of supervisors who, in an effort to resolve a problem, end up creating a problem because they say all the wrong things. And so this is going to give them the opportunity to not make those mistakes.
Great. The goal should certainly be to provide protocols across all city departments
Right.
that are something close to uniform.
Yes.
And that may be an unachievable goal, but certainly that would be something that I would like to see us continue to press forward on and make sure that our supervisors are behaving in a uniform way across all city departments and applying the law.
We completely agree. David?
Mr. Chair, just very briefly on workers' comp, we've turned a corner this fiscal year. There's probably another corner ahead of us, but we did return $4 million to the general fund from work comp this fiscal year, and our next year's budget is actually less than this fiscal year by $1.8 million. So that's, considering that there's pretty much always average growth in work comp costs, that's a very good sign. I'd like to ask Don Alvarado just quickly, just to give you a few bullets on some of the improvements that we actually have coming up very shortly.
Over the past 5 years, we've reduced the average caseload for the civilian in-house adjusters and our TPAs from about 250, and come May 4th, we're going to be at 150. So that's made a big difference. We've also implemented a managed care program that involves contracting with networks, and we're getting substantial savings below fee schedule. In workers' comp, you have to pay per the fee schedule. We're getting as much as 35% on certain aspects of workers' comp. We're starting to roll out a new managed care program July 1st, where we're actually going to have a contracted first care network that'll have your clinic, a few clinics, specialists, but we've negotiated rates below fee schedule on that too. And that's a huge part of our book of business, maybe about $30 million. And that's usually the care within the first 30 years. We're going to have 3 TPAs, which we think will increase the competition because they're going to want to do better, and that enabled us to decrease those caseloads down like that.
Well, That's very encouraging regarding reducing the cost of the claims that we have and creating more efficiency and being able to respond to those claims. That's really good news, and I think that's one of those things that we have a real opportunity to reduce costs on. Another area that is somewhat more difficult related to that, though, is in reducing the number of claims in the first instance by reducing the number of injuries.
Correct.
And as one of the downsides of reducing the size of our workforce over the last number of years to now the smallest workforce since Tom Bradley was mayor, with an increasing workload, is the increased risk of worker injury in many classifications. And I think that's the other side of the equation that we also have to take into account, that the city is more exposed to cost on that side because of worker injury. So I hope that we're continuing to be vigilant in trying to provide opportunities for greater training and risk management opportunities within our departments to reduce the risk of injury in the first place.
I would just like to add, take LAPD, for example, because, of course, of the size of LAPD and the expensive nature of their claims, but Commissioner Bernardino, who is a police commissioner, asked us to assemble a task force at really the highest level to start diving into workers' comp. So Maggie Whalen is on the task force. Our team here, Commissioner Bernardino, the head of the city attorney's workers' comp program, and LAPD management, Chief MacArthur, but also in this task force is the union leadership. So we are directly working with the Police Protective League on these very issues. We're frankly working together, where they've agreed to essentially help us in communications with their staff. It's a good example of what you had asked what else could be done. This is something new, and this is something that we're trying out, but if it works out well, then certainly we can replicate that in other large departments like the fire department and such, but it's a very positive development.
I can't imagine that there's a downside to doing that. I'm not sure how long we would have to really wait to see results before
it's very difficult to get all the players together, including labor, working with management on these issues, because there's different perspectives when employees get injured. So this is probably a rare case where we are trying to address these problems with all the stakeholders at the table.
Great. Well, I'll certainly be interested in hearing the progress that we're making in that regard, and I would just encourage our departments to move in that direction with all deliberate speed. I don't see any reason to wait for results back. It is a difficult time management issue, I know, and trying to get everybody in the same room, but I believe this is a really worthwhile area, one of the few remaining areas where we can make some significant inroads in cost reduction, as well as, by the way, making a safer workforce for our personnel, improving morale in a difficult environment, all of those things. This is a very important area to pursue.
Something on that, exactly.
Sure, Mr. Kretz.
I mentioned the other day about the idea of looking for a consultant that can look at ways to reduce the cost. One of the things that I believe consultants that try to do that will do is try to get the system to be more responsive to the injured worker, communicate with them quickly, get them services quickly, get them treated quickly and fully and not object to treatment, just try to get them healthy and back to work. And they found that when you do that, you'll have many fewer legal claims, because often the legal claims result from not being treated and the frustration of not being able to get back to work and not getting the treatment that you need. And then you wind up with multiple damages, etc., when really most workers just want to get treated and get back to work. So I don't know if we've looked at being more aggressive in that direction, and if so, I wonder if you could speak to that for a second.
About 3 years ago, we implemented what's called a prior authorization program, and it's actually a formal contract, as you say, that we filed with the state of California. And we filed a set of treatment plan that the physicians in our first care panel could do without contacting us. They automatically could deliver the service. And it includes, the office visit follow-ups, MRI, 24 physical therapies or 24 occupational therapies, various x-rays, basic durable medical equipment if they needed a brace or a sling, a whole slew of services that physician didn't even have to contact us for authorization, and we don't have to do utilization review on. And in turn, they use our contracted vendors who have 24 hours to set that appointment. Prior to that, a police officer, a fireman, or even a civilian was waiting 5 to 7 days for an MRI. They're in getting their MRI the next day.
That's really great to hear, because that's exactly what we need to be doing. And I think the state may have moved in the opposite direction, made it more difficult to get treatment in some cases as a way to cut costs. But I think in the long run, it actually increased costs. So I'm glad to hear we're actually going in the right direction.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. The one thing I just want to mention, preparedness. There will be another earthquake. Personnel has a key role in that. And just to brush up your Shakespeare, because I remember what personnel did in 1994 and continue to do that. Follow up on Mr. Koretz there. I know, Phyllis, you were responsible with Maggie on the closure of the city's hospital there, of Central Receiving. We don't have a hospital anymore, do we?
No.
Do we ever want to have that? Okay, CAO says no. All right, I just wanted to ask that question. Ask that question at all. Also, I wanted to talk about a wellness program. How good are we? And ITA was just there. You heard I said, how do we rate on wellness? I know I saw 60 Minutes, and they had all the workers in Japan, and they get in the yards in the morning, and they stretch, and they do their work, and they're, physically better. I do know what's interesting enough, and they used to be the best, strongest people in the best bodies were the trash collectors, because they physically did the job. Now, because it's it's an automated job, sometimes they have, I don't want to say carpal tunnel, but they're working the arm because they're not moving. Fitness is so important. What's our wellness program like?
We don't really have a formal wellness program, and I know, Councilmember LaBonge, you have always been very supportive of wellness.
Right.
Do you remember the wellness fairs that we would have in the Rotunda?
Right.
And we have had some wellness, but we do not have a comprehensive wellness program.
So I want to work with you on that, Mr. Chair, if I could, just as an issue there. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about is quickly on the issue of community colleges. Is there anything, do you meet with the head of the county personnel, or do you have official organizations? I just think our community colleges are one of our great institutions. If there was a vehicle there that would lower our costs, meaning if you, Jody, went to, you're 22 years old and you go to Valley College and you take a 6-week course on general municipal government service, and then it gives you, an entree to step up. It's just a thought. I think there's partnerships that need to be made, especially with our community colleges, and there is going to be a big dip when in the years ahead, with so many employees who are not who've completed their service, but we haven't hired for so many years. We have to think about the future, because that's going to be a challenge as we prepare for the transition of employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. And in the interest of wellness, you have a standing invitation out that any city employee can join you on a hike to in Griffith Park to the top of the mountain.
Charlie Turner Trailhead right at the observatory, right there.
Lastly, I'm sorry, I don't recall now whether we actually asked for a report back, but beginning in 2014, the Affordable Care Act will come into play, and there's $2 million set aside in the UB for health care benefits for the employees that will be newly eligible for that. Can you either speak to that now or provide a more detailed report about what's entailed in that?
So basically, for under healthcare reform, the provisions that are going to take effect in 2014 will require the city to do an assessment of all city employees, and basically provide benefits for anybody who on average works 30 hours a week. So we've already began working on that, basically taking a look at our payroll data. We have a working group comprised of management and personnel directors from various departments, and we've identified potential number of employees who might qualify for benefits who aren't otherwise getting benefits. What is complicated is that currently we do provide benefits to part-time employees, but there might be some overlap or some gaps, and we'll have to track that on a monthly basis. In addition, under healthcare reform, there's a variety of additional administrative requirements. For example, we'll be required to notify all employees, regardless of whether or not they're getting benefits, about the state healthcare exchanges. And so we'll have to reach out to those employees. We currently, for employees that don't get benefits, we don't have contact, but then we don't reach out to them now. So that's something that's going to be new. In addition, on a weekly basis, the federal government's coming out with additional regulations and guidance on how to implement this, and some of them aren't out yet, so we're waiting. So as I indicated, we're working, we're trying to track this closely and trying to also estimate on what the potential impact on the city is going to be.
Great. So if you could include that detail in a report back, and also, importantly, what steps the city can be taking to try to reduce that related cost over the course of coming fiscal years as well, if not in this year, in the out years.
Thank you.
All right. We have 2 cards from Cheryl Precy and Julie Butcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak specifically to the, seems like an anomaly in the budget, the shorting of the dollar amount provided to keep track of benefits for civilian employees while fully funding benefits for both police and firefighters. That seems like a curiosity. We were provided by CAO Miguel Santana, I think, an interesting chart to show how effective the management of costs for employee benefits through the Joint Labor Management Committee has been. Alex Vasquez, gave you facts and figures in terms of how that Joint Labor Management Committee has driven down costs specifically through addressing plan design, and has done so in a concrete and a structural and ongoing way over the last 3 years. If you annualize those savings, they are around $24 million, well in excess of 10% of the cost of the benefit plan. In addition, because the Blue Cross plan is a participating plan, every time our experience has beat the premiums paid, monies are returned to the Joint Labor Management Committee. And over the last several years, when the city has been in financial crisis, the Joint Labor Management Committee has stood up and returned those funds to the general fund.
That's true.
We have been a partner. And as a result, our plans cost significantly less than those of other plans. And so we would ask that the sacrifice, the smart and hard decisions that have been made by the Joint Labor Management Committee to control costs through these structural plan design changes be acknowledged, and that the line item be fully funded. Thank you.
Ms. Butcher. And then following Ms. Butcher, our final speaker is Mr. McQuiston.
And whatever Mr. McQuiston says is probably good advice as well. Specifically, I would ask a couple of questions if I were you all. I'd ask how much the city spent this year in workers' comp and lost time, and how much the city in comparison spent in safety. Because as you suspect, We spend an infinitesimally small amount of money keeping people from getting hurt, and then a bunch of money after they get hurt. We have, over the years, however, worked through and struggled through and actually advocated to do a process called an ADR. It's sort of a workers' comp carve-out, and we do it now with about 10,000 city workers in 4 bargaining units. We've seen savings that we don't know because we haven't been able to get an exact amount for what the cost of a litigated claim is in the city. We do know that we've reduced litigated claims by 100% as a result of, as you say, getting people back to work as soon as possible, getting them treatment, making it the no-fault system that it is. And we've seen tremendous savings. The coalition unions are prepared and have been prepared now for several years to expand this program citywide to capture those savings. We'd like to do that. We need somebody to do that with. So that's the Alternative Dispute Resolution Program, incredibly successful in reducing workers' comp costs, 100% reduction in litigated claims. We'd like to share.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher. And actually, since we did ask for the report about workers' comp, let me also add to that. I think those are 2 very specific issues that ought to be included in that. What is the overall cost of workers' comp for the city? How has it changed over the last 5 years, let's say, and how do we compare to other big cities with regard to the extent that that information is available with respect to their workers' comp costs per employee as well? Mr. Oh.
And if we could add to that, including a look at the process that was just described and what it would take to go citywide with that process.
Thank you.
Jim McQuiston. I'm one person who has gotten the Congress to do exactly what I wanted the Congress to do, and the President signed what I wanted. I must tell you, notice and comment is very, very important. You can't ask, you ought to do something about it to Congress, but if you give them a descriptive plan on what to do, and that holds also on notice and comment to the regulatory facilities, they will do what you want because they don't have time to do something else. It's very, very important that this big city on Obamacare put in discreet and good suggestions anytime there's notice and comment from the federal government, because you will get what you want as long as you work it out and give them a good reason to do it. Believe me, it happens.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Personnel Department. That brings us to the end of our work for today, and 2 days running we are ahead of schedule. Congratulations, colleagues, and congratulations to all those participating departments for helping us to stay on pace. We'll be recessing this hearing now, and we'll be adjourning again tomorrow at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow morning here, and we'll begin with the Board of Public Works and its bureaus, and then we'll also be including Cultural Affairs and the Department of Transportation and Police tomorrow. Okay, and with that we are in recess.
Watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
After
September 11th, 2001, everyone in this country wanted to do something to be supportive of those who experienced a very personal tragedy. They lost a family member or a friend. So we reached out to the people from California who lost family members and offered to plant a memorial tree with them. And we began going to people's homes and churches and schools and planting individual trees with them. And then as we were speaking to one widow, she said to me, they all died together. Why don't you plant all of the trees together? So we discussed that with the other families, and they wanted to do that. So thanks to the Recreation and Parks Department of Los Angeles, we were able to come to North Hollywood Park, and the families came here on June 22nd, 2002. They planted their family trees here together. So we built this memorial here as well to let people know what these trees mean, and to every person they're individually dedicated to. This woman was planted in honor of a life of a young woman, 19 years old. Her flight was actually canceled, and she was bumped to Flight 93. And I remember her father saying over and over she wasn't supposed to be on that plane. That's probably how all of the family members feel. Their loved ones were not supposed to be on those planes. That tree over there was planted by the family and parents and siblings of a 25-year-old professional who had moved back east and was coming home to introduce his parents to his fiancée. This tree was planted in honor of one of the heroes that day, the captain of the flight that went into the Pentagon. It was planted by his brother and some of the local firefighters here. When you think about 2,977 people, I think it's impossible to grasp the enormity of the tragedy. But when you talk about each family and you met them and they watch them plant the tree for their loved one, that's what makes it so personal and brings home the impact of what happened that day. After we did this planting, the families were talking to one another, and we started getting calls from other families from New York asking if we'd plant a tree for their lost loved one. And we can't say no, or we couldn't say no. So we ended up planting a tree for everyone. It took us 10 years because these trees have to be planted in a special and sacred way individually. Since its creation, Million Trees LA has donated trees for these plantings, for which we are very appreciative.
Kevin from Chatsworth, offering you a taste of New Orleans since 1986. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
The U.S. Attorney's Office is launching a criminal investigation into insider trading on Wall Street. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Jimenez, and welcome to LA Business Today.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. The U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, according to the Wall Street Journal, is joining federal prosecutors looking into the possibility that executives at 7 corporations made improper trades in their company's stock.
In fact, the FBI is using Twitter and Facebook for tips in securities fraud in this $2 trillion hedge fund industry.
According to economists, if people fear that insiders will regularly profit at their expense, they aren't nearly as willing to invest in stocks, hurting the availability of capital that stimulates the economy.
We have 2 great guests today with information that you are going to find valuable.
LA Business Today gives an inside edge for businesses by providing guests who share what makes them successful. We have John Birch, whose work is to make businesses recession-proof.
And we have Clay Westerveld, who is working on 3 series pilots and writing 2 feature screenplays.
Let's get down to business. Westervelt is a USC Cinema School success story. The founder of Imaginot Entertainment, he has produced the award-winning series Storyline online, featuring Elijah Wood, Betty White, James Earl Jones, and Al Gore. Now his company is debuting a feature documentary about a pageant for young disabled girls. Clay Westervelt, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Well, a success story in this hard, tough business of entertainment is a very cool thing to be. Tell me about your project. You're making a documentary about disabled girls, and it's being made for HBO?
Correct. This is basically, in 2008, it was the first year that the Miss USA pageant had a winner who was disabled. So Miss Iowa was Abby Curran. And she was born with cerebral palsy, so to get across the stage, she has to have an escort with her. And she had been through a lot of different pageants, and she always wanted to enter pageants, and had a lot of her friends and families saying, "Oh, Abby, you're very pretty, but I don't think that's the thing
You're
for
disabled."
You. And so she finally went through the Miss USA pageant and won Miss Iowa. She then went on to the national finals in Vegas, and didn't place, but came back from that having competed on the national level, feeling like, you know what, I have friends who are back home who are prettier than me and smarter than me, but who will never have an experience like this. And the level of confidence that she achieved from that, she just felt like, I want to give this experience to other girls. So she started the Miss You Can Do It pageant, and that pageant's open to girls and young women of any age, ages 5 to 25.
And that's your documentary film.
Exactly.
It's about what she's doing.
We follow that, and it's anybody who enters gets in, and if they get up on stage, they get an award. It's all about giving them the sense of what it feels like to be up on stage and have the entire audience stand up and cheer for them.
It's a very big, important motivator for people, especially people with disabilities, to be accepted. Feel acceptable. So where is that series going to be aired?
HBO bought the film, and so it's in their hands now, and I believe they're going to, I think they're wrestling right now with whether they're going to try to do a theatrical release or television release. That's all sort of in their hands, but we're expecting 2013 is when we should see it.
And Imaginot Entertainment, you said that it's the astronaut of entertainment. Tell us about what you say on your website about Imaginot Entertainment.
Well, the name came from, it's a made-up word, Imaginot. You're not going to find it in the dictionary
No, I don't
yet,
think so.
But
Are you going to try to put it in the dictionary?
we'll work on it. We'll do it in Wikipedia or something.
Okay.
But it came from, I took Latin, and I remember very little of it. But the astronaut, right, is literally a sailor of the stars. So astro, stars, nauta, sailor. So we made Imaginot is a sailor of the imagination. And that was also the title of the first film I did back in undergrad that started winning some awards. So that seemed like the right name for the production company, and we've tried to put our emphasis on imagination and education.
And so your online series is about reading with James Earl Jones and all your famous folks that read in the series?
Storyline Online was started by a grant from the Screen Actors Guild Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of the Screen Actors Guild. And the idea there was to take storybooks for kids and have A-list actors read them so that it would be distributed online so that any child with an internet connection would be able to have the experience of an adult they recognize reading to them. So a lot of kids don't have parents who will take the time to read to them at home, but what we do then is we take the book and we try to be true to the author's intent. So we'll take the actual imagery from the book and do a little bit of animation, a little bit of zooms and pans, not so much that it feels like a cartoon, because the idea is to promote literacy,
right?
But enough that it really kind of engages the child. And we always put original music in there by Lee Sanders, who's been doing all the score for The Amazing Race. And
so are all these jobs, are you doing all this production in Los Angeles?
It's all in Los Angeles. We'll occasionally, have to fly to New York to do a shoot, but and we do things in different parts of the country, but we're primarily based in Los Angeles.
So many producers are struggling, trying to find their place in the industry. What has been the key to your success?
It's difficult. I think Probably diversification, I would say. Coming out of USC Film School as a master's student there, all of us wanted to direct immediately. That was kind of the general rule. And then what you find is that you have to have, that's great, but you got to have a backup. There's no shortage of directors in LA.
Excellent directors, right?
And so you need to have a job that you can earn a living with as well. For me, that was cinematography. I started shooting right away. And then I ended up, by virtue of doing the cinematography, I ended up starting a company called Martini Crew Booking, which was designed to provide equipment and personnel for other production companies. And so that would take off.
So you found a niche that would work for you. There was a company, small company, and then that opened up other doors.
It did, because that did not turn out to be a very good money-making business. It was not a way to get rich or anything like that, but what it does is it let me stay in contact with a lot of other production companies and with a lot of talented individuals. So if I couldn't afford to go out and shoot, if I was already booked on Thursday, I could say, well, I can't do it, but I have a friend who's really good and can. And then we would put it all together. Our deal was we'd pay our crew within 30 days, regardless of whether our client had paid us or not. So we built a rapport with our vendors, and we built a rapport with the clients by providing them with excellent service. So although it didn't make a lot of money, it let us remain very stable and keep us in contact with a wider net, which I think is really important nowadays, you know, to be able to keep in contact with as many people as you can. It's becoming easier with social networking.
But you still have to really work at that networking with people. It's an ongoing skill that you need beyond just a great film degree from a great film school like USC or UCLA or the other great film schools that are here in Los Angeles.
I would say it's probably far more important than that degree, yeah.
Is the ability to network.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you also give back, though. You work at Hollywood High School. Tell us what you do in a volunteer capacity.
You know, I just went, just recently I was at Hollywood High School involved with the new media program there. And they have a wonderful program where they have the students put together pitches for documentaries. And so they bring in some Hollywood filmmakers to act as the judges for this, where the students will get up and make a live presentation and couple that with a video presentation, a pitch reel basically, to say this is the documentary we want to make, and we want you to vote to fund our program. And it's absolutely a wonderful program, and it was an honor to be involved.
And what kind of advice would you give to other producers if you want to work in LA because you have a family here and because you don't want to be traveling all the time? It's been a great challenge for producers, directors, and actors. What would you recommend to them that they look at in order to be able to work here?
Well, I suppose the key is to generate your own content then. I have a very good friend who's doing exactly that, but up in Santa Barbara. And I'm taking a lot of lessons from him because he's been very intelligent and about coming up with his own programming that would allow him to stay and work with his family up in Santa Barbara. That's something that's become more and more important to me because we now have a 15-month-old daughter at home.
Oh, so, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm really happy, and now I want to stay home more than ever.
Exactly.
So I think, you know, now then the real trick is just it's becoming more and more important for smaller production companies to be able to generate their own material and to see it all the way through production. And I think this is sort of an exciting time with the way that the industry's changing because of the way the technology is changing. It's becoming increasingly possible for us to do that.
Do you think there's anything that you could see as business models in LA and legislative models in Sacramento that could help independent producers with all their creativity and great ideas to be more successful in business and create more jobs here?
It's a good question. I don't necessarily tend to be a fan of you know, legislating a requirement that would. I do like the free market and capitalism, and I feel like the model for the film industry is shifting so rapidly as prices on film equipment fall. I think that we have to shake it up, and we have to be ready to adopt new models that will make that work. So I feel like really the key can be from coming up with increasingly innovative material that encourages us to adopt these new models.
What you mean, educational materials? Because that's really your interest, right? A lot of educational work that you've done and documentaries that tell real stories that inspire people?
I love documentaries and I love working with kids, but my background is primarily in narrative filmmaking. And so, like for Imagine Not, when I say innovation and education, I also just mean the education that you get by seeing a new story and seeing the world in a different way. So for me, when we now have the ability to distribute our own stories, and rather than using the model of, say, the larger studios, Paramount, etc., we can tell smaller, more intimate, more personal stories that are easily as expressive and as innovative and will speak to the audience, but they can be more personal, and we can afford to do that now, when you couldn't afford to do that 30 years ago because you couldn't sink the money into a small film because you couldn't get it out there.
Well, it sounds like you're on the cutting edge of some great things here, and congratulations on your new family, and thank you for coming in to LA Business Today, Clay.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Appreciate it.
And you're watching LA Business Today.
John Birch has made a successful business out of helping smaller businesses be recession-proof. That's quite a claim. The entrepreneur says L.A. has so much money flowing in and out of the region, it's the right city for successful business. John Birch, welcome to L.A. Business
Thanks
Today.
for having me, Bob. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great. That's not bad a prediction because, you know, L.A. is slotted to be one of the 3 cities in the world to be a $1 trillion economy by the year, I think it's 2020. So you're right on the button. You're right on the money.
I love Los Angeles because there's so much to do and there's so much diversity. As long as people who come here and want to start a business or are in Los Angeles don't get distracted too much and they keep focused on what they want to do.
Okay, people come to you for advice on starting a business and staying in business, I imagine.
Yes.
What gives you that, that special magic that allows them to be successful?
Well, the special magic is probably something that most business consultants would never talk about, and it's my own failure. My first business almost burnt to the ground.
Wow.
But I brought it up from the ashes and actually became one of the second best businesses in a small niche in the world. And I just, as I was bringing it back up out of the ashes, I started recognizing and recording what I was doing. And I spent years and years and years crafting it and honing it and making sure that it was true and accurate. And the business is still running 21 years.